Testing. Perfect. Hi, everyone. We'll go ahead and get started in 2 minutes. Please help yourself to donuts and coffee in the back. And welcome. We're really happy you're here. So good morning, everyone. Welcome. We're really happy you're here. I'm Dr. Jess Blockner, and I'm the Faculty Fellow for Disability Inclusion for this year. And I am so happy to be putting on this event. There are so many people to thank, and I will get to that in a moment. But before we do, I wanted to go ahead and introduce Dr. Molly. She's the Associate Vice President of Student Success and Educational Equity, and she's going to do our land acknowledgement. So welcome to Dr. Molly.
California State University, San Bernardino, where you're at right now, we acknowledge that this land, which basically our facility is stilted on ancestral land and unceded territory of the Mariam community referred to as the Serrano people. The community in the contemporary era, right, are represented by two federally recognized Indian tribes, which is the Yataviam, who recently changed their name to Yataviam. It used to be called San Manuel Nation. And then the Morongo Band of Mission Indians. Both tribes have histories and stories that are intertwined with this space. And it's important to share them in a culturally appropriate way. And we're honoring and celebrating our Indigenous neighbors and partners whenever we give this land acknowledgement, which was created with them and not for them, which is very different. And then since 1965, CSUSB has the development of our buildings and our spaces has benefited and will continue to benefit from the land's location and the resources, and we recognize that in this land acknowledgement. And along with this, the university affirms tribal sovereignty and our responsibility to work with these tribes to further mutual respect and gratitude for all that were involved and continue to be involved with their communities. So with that, thank you so much. Like I said, I'm Dr. Molly Springer. I am also a citizen of the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma and Osage, so I'm happy to be here. And the Office of Disability Support Services is under my portfolio, along with the COG, the Neurodiversity Center, which is a partnership in academic affairs. And so I work very, very closely with Dr. Naren, Dr. Sweeney, who's sitting over there on the work of disability inclusion and support. So thank you so much for being here, and I look forward to participating in the day.
So Dr. Molly's the best. If you don't know her already, please definitely introduce yourself, say hello. There's so many amazing things that are here on our campus that wouldn't have been possible without her in conjunction with other people. So definitely a person I am filled with gratitude to work with. I'm going to proceed with one more acknowledgement in two parts, right? So this is the beginning of a developing disability acknowledgement that began in 2023 after I witnessed disabled people kind of get left out of a really important conversation about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it inspired this. So when we think about supremacy, eugenics, hierarchy, coloniality pertaining to DEI, we can say definitively that people with disabilities are present in an intersectional web of oppression relevant to this dialogue. People with disabilities, including people with hidden disabilities, often experience suppression, erasing, silencing their voices in conversations specifically and directly involving them in ways that are structural, systematic, and institutional. Today, I recognize that the successes of the predominantly non-disabled world and the associated gains are also directly related to the historical marginalization of disabled people who were subjected to conditions including but not limited to segregation, separation, institutionalization, assimilation, forced sterilization, and cycles of forced poverty. Um, in a different style of disability acknowledgement, we have people here who experience the world all kinds of different ways, everyone. So let's just bear in mind that paying attention is whatever that means to you. Enjoying the day is whatever that means to you. If that means sitting and eating a donut, awesome. If that means hopping up and down and flapping, fantastic, right? Whatever enjoying this day means to you and whatever it means to be part of this day together in community and by, with, and for community, that is what we really embrace this day being for you and for us together. We do have a couple anaphylactic allergies listed on a board up at the front table. Um, so, don't like sprinkle peanuts around the room and like don't, rub them on a friend. We've taken countermeasures for a dog allergy because we do have dogs coming in as part of the lunch hour. But if you have an anaphylactic allergy or something that could cause distractions for you in your day, please feel free to add it to the dry erase board so that way we can honor your allergy related needs as well. Um, so, a little bit about how cool this is that we're having this day. We have 150 people signed up for this event, everyone. I am so excited. So, yeah, so people are going to be coming in and out. Make sure to get to know the people coming in and out and through, right? Because we have faculty who are teaching classes and coming in and out. We have staff members where they're like running in for their lunch break, but they are doing the disability inclusion work every day. We have folks on Zoom coming from all over the world. And everyone who's here in person does also have the Zoom link. So if you're like, man, I got to go run and pick up my kid at 2, you can even continue to turn on, like tune in by Zoom and keep going with it. So you have a lot of different options in the spirit of universal design for learning. This is really amazing. This is our very first one of this of its kind here at Cal State San Bernardino. It was modeled after the Chico State Neurodiversity Symposium. And they've been going for a number of years with something that's just beautiful and amazing. So we wanted to offer a Southern California counterpart. And that could only really be done in conjunction also with our sponsors, right? So first, Dr. Brad and the Faculty Center for Excellence, who lent us this space and is my friend and my boss and just amazing human. And then the Cal State San Bernardino Office of Academic Research, Intellectual Life, who funded stipends for our paid speakers. So, disability work needs to be paid work as much as possible too. So I'm very, very thankful for that. SSD, which is our services to students with disabilities, also under Dr. Molly, who I work very closely with every day as Disability Inclusion Fellow. Office of Academic Research, the Disability Studies Lecture Series, the Disability Studies Minor, and the Cognitive Collective, which is our neurodiversity space on campus, plus Bright Path Independent Facilitator. So we have an off-campus sponsor too, which is exciting. Get to know your friends, make new friends. And we have a very exciting opener. So Dr. Chad Sweeney is heavily involved in the COG, which is our neurodiversity space downstairs on the second floor. If you would, also, I have to shout out Elizabeth, who is my student assistant, who is doing check-in and is just amazing. She's saved the day like 8 different ways already today. So thanks also to her. Um, So Dr. Sweeney is amazing, and he's very frequently down in the COG, which is on the second floor. That's our neurodiversity space. And we've worked together and shared our dreams and hopes for disability inclusion and neuroaffirming practices on campus for a number of years. And I'll say maybe 4 years. And 4 years ago, we would say, wouldn't it be amazing if 10 years from now? Right. And 4 years later, every single thing that we talked about and even more exists now and today and into the future. There's even going to be more. So that's a testament to how much all of this is really needed in our world, right? I mean, so I am neurodivergent myself. I have a late diagnosis of dyscalculia. I'm a parent of a neurodivergent son who has autism and ADHD. So I always joke that my knowledge first came from the streets of just, just being a parent advocate, and then followed back up with my doctorate related to disability affirming and neuroaffirming practices. But in that, I became fast friends with Dr. Sweeney because we shared some of an amazing shared vision together. And he's going to open our event today with a poem that he first read in our first neurodiversity space. So if you are ready, Dr. Sweeney, come on up and thank you.
Hi, everyone. Does this seem loud enough to you? Does it? Okay. A little quiet over there, but that's as long as it's good there. Oh my God, look at you all. This is so good to see you. Oh my God, you're real and you're right there. I can't believe it. Thank you, Jess Naren. So, one thing you can do when you're here, if you want, is go down and visit the neurodiversity space 2 floors below us. It's in FAL 2006. It's just straight below this room, downstairs in 2006. And it's designed around universal design for learning principles in terms of social and spatial sensory access, which I first read from a book that was in the first COG and read about in Timothy Dolmage's incredible book, Academic Ableism, and he'll be speaking at 11. And so I'm pretty starstruck by that. It makes me giddy because he's like one of my stars. I don't care about like famous movie stars. I meet them all the time, no big deal. But when I meet a disability scholar star, oh my God, I feel so nervous and embarrassed and like, oh, hi. So I'm hoping to meet him or at least stand near him. I might just stand near him and run away. So the COG, Jess Naren started the COG uh, 2 years ago, and it was one room at that point. It was 10 by 10, just an office, but it had all the dreams of a neurodiversity space. And it was a miracle even then. And we worked really hard to uh, do a good job and have a lot of programming. We had many student interns who were neurodivergent who did programming. And the need was clear. There were people all over the floor. We couldn't, there were students coming and just sitting all around on the floor and out in the hall. There were so many students coming in that we were able to, uh, I guess, gain enough friendships and advocates to extend the space into a much larger space. Now it's 1,000 square feet, and it has 7 different social and sensory zones. So there's a dark cave, there's a down low, out of sight zone, there's a social gossip circle, there's a D&D table, game table, art table, project area. It's incredible. It's a dream come true. And that's because of the vision of Rebecca Lobas, who is our Dean of Libraries, and the vision of Brad Owen and Jess Naren and Molly, who gave uh, the land acknowledgments. All of these people, it's a very strong team, and this is kind of what you need. But our team of neurodiversity and disability people at Cal State is remarkable. And so it's taken at every step, this entire team effort, a lot of buy-in. So this year, I'm lucky enough to coordinate the neurodiversity space downstairs. And I'm there most of the time when I'm not teaching. I'm actually a professor, but when I'm not professing, I'm in there. And I love being in there. It's miraculous. Every day, we are surrounded by autistic and neurodivergent people and a variety of neurodiversity, and we are laughing and talking and sharing all kinds of stories. Who has good therapists? What meds work? It's a very open, unmasked space without shame. And this is, I'm an autistic person. I grew up very lonely and exiled. And so to be in a space like this is very healing to me, just to be able to be there and to be one of the divas. So I'm a diva. This is Emma Hillig, and this is Elizabeth. Emma is currently staff in the neurodiversity space, and Elizabeth has been an intern and been a very big part of it the last 2 years. So they are really important to us. And Emma will be reading later in the poetry reading. So we're having a poetry reading later today with 10 neurodivergent students reading, and it'll be wonderful just to see their presence and hear their voices. And you'll get a sense of what it's like in the neurodiversity space in the diva circle every day. And so anyway, I'm going to open up with a poem. This is called Please Fill in the Blanks. Please fill in the blanks. And I wrote this when I was filling out one of those forms that says, you know, what's your name, what's your gender, and all that. And I just wanted to put autism in each one because I thought my identity is so thoroughly misunderstood and hidden. And I just started writing this poem, like, you know, how do you fill this in? So this might seem personal, but I hope this can serve as an opener for the whole day, where what we're trying to get to is a time when we can be unmasked, unafraid, ourselves, not forced to assimilate, but accepted and loved and celebrated as we are. And that's what we want for disability and neurodiversity, a time when we are just together. We aren't separate, we aren't othered, we are together. And disability, strangely enough, is the last to be invited. There are great comedians that I think are hilarious, but they still will make fun of disability, even though they're very progressive in all other ways. They will slam Trump and they will slam ICE and they will make fun of, they will punch up most of the time, but they'll punch down when it comes to disability or mental health. And you'll see that as the last to join the party. So we need to all be a part of this, to decolonize our world, to decolonize our America and our spaces. We need to always include disability in that discussion. So this is Please Fill in the Blanks. And I wouldn't be up here at all if it weren't for Jess wanting me to. I'd much rather be over there in the shadows hiding. But she says, come out of the shadows. So I'm writing my autism memoir too. So this, little by little, I'm going to start, you know, publishing stuff like this. But right now, this is what I got. So this is called Please Fill in the Blanks. Place of birth is autism. Can you locate me? Blank is autism. Can you fill me in? Gender is autism. Can you see me? Race is autism. Can you feel me? Bell is autism. Can you ring me? Sleep is autism. Can you dream me? Name is autism. Can you spell me? Speech is autism. Can you polite me? Exile is autism. Can you invite me? River is autism. Can you row me? Nation is autism. Can you voice me? Nation is autism. Can you claim me? Rhythm is autism. Can you sustain me? Shake is autism. Can you ground me? Shake is autism. Can you shake with me? Blurt is autism. Can you permit me? Fingertips is autism. Can you soft me? Ears is autism. Can you soft me? Eyes is autism. Can you soft me? Family history is autism. Can you understand me? Einstein is autism. Can you Rain Man rain down on me? Robin Williams is autism. Can you social mimicry clown me? Special ability is autism. Can you extraordinary attorney woo me? Lovable is autism. Can you love on the spectrum me? Unlovable is autism. Can you love me anyway? Meltdown is autism. Can you love me anyway? Meltdown is autism. Can you welcome me as I am? Meltdown is autism. Can you protect me as I am? PTSD is autism. Can you protect me as I am? I, dinosaur, is autism, and I know all those names. I, he, him, she, her, they, them is autism. Can you walk beside me on the path? I, address, is autism. Can you robin's nest me? I, wildflower, is autism. Can you release me into the woods? I, patron saint of martyrs, is autism. Can you arrow me? I, language, is autism. Can you pronounce me? I, statue, is autism. Can you announce me? I, contradiction, is autism. Can you fathom me? I, executive function, is autism. Can you map me? I, sentence, is autism. Can you diagram me? I, self-loathing, is autism. Can you cross me out? I, height, is autism. Can you cut me? I, weight, is autism. Can you starve me? I, waiting, is autism. Can you raise it in the sun me? I, email, is autism. Can you CC me on that? I, wildfire, is autism. Can you approach me? I, touch, is autism. Can you gentle me? I, father, is autism. Can you gentle me? I, lonely, is autism. Can you gentle me, please? I, square, is autism. Can you round me? I, calculus, is autism. Can you integrate my functions? I, crime, is autism. Can you unbullet me? I, crime, is autism. Can you unjail me? I, crime, is autism. Can you ungas chamber me? I, breath, is autism. Can you Thich Nhat Hanh me? I, diamond sutra, is autism. Can you meditate me? I, conflict, is autism. Can you mediate me? I, wound, is autism. Can you give me the space to heal? I, book, is autism. Can you give me the quiet to read myself? I, edge, is autism. Can you soft me? I, bright, is autism. Can you soft me? I, loud, is autism. Can you soft me? I, serial number, is autism. Can you count me in? I, social security number, is autism. Can you count me in? I, future, is autism. Can you belong me? I, body, is autism. Can you weighted blanket me? I, annoying fixation, is autism. Can you abide me? I, monologue, is autism. Can you abide me? I, silence, is autism. Can you hear all the way inside me? I, body, is autism. Can you hold me? I, hurt, is autism. Can you let me be? I, motion, is autism. Can you let me pass, please? Thank you.
So amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Chad. That was really beautiful and absolutely in the spirit of the day. Um, so with that, we're going to go ahead and we have a couple minutes for us to talk and make sure to get donuts and coffee. And if you see someone you recognize you haven't had a chance to say hi to, give them a hug, which I'm about to do with Julia in a second. Hello. Happy to see you. So we'll go ahead and start up with the next segment. I believe in 9 minutes, we will introduce the Superfest Showcase. So our next thing up will be a disability affirming, peer-reviewed, amazing film festival, which we'll tell you more about in 9 minutes. So please get donuts and coffee, and we'll check back in a few.
Oh my God.
All right, so we're going to start back up in 2 minutes. All righty. So as we're kind of coming back together here, I love hearing just everyone getting to know each other and making, getting to know their neighbor and hopefully aligning visions and ideas. And before we know it, there'll be like 1,000 conferences like this. There'll be one every day, thanks to everyone in this room. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce a couple of people that are going to introduce the amazing film series that we have coming up next, okay? So first, I'm going to introduce Dr. Jessica Luck. So Dr. Luck is an amazing collaborator of mine, and she's part of the Disability Studies speaker group and also part of the Disability Studies minor. So we've been having the Disability Studies speaker group, which this is a part of right now, right? So what we did is we combined multiple speakers into one event, hence the Neurodiversity Symposium and Disability Studies Symposium. However, part of this effort, and also part of what your ticket sales is going towards, is the Disability Studies minor. So we're part of a collection of exactly 3 Cal States with a Disability Studies minor. And we're really, really proud of it. Long ago, Dr. Luck and we ran into each other and she said, I want to do a minor one day. And I said, me too. And that spoke itself into existence last year was the first year, right? And so we're in our second year. She's going to tell you a little bit more about it. We do have a post-baccalaureate certificate coming online as well. But Dr. Luck is the advisor to the program. We do have current students in the program. And if I always say, if you're in a hiring role and you happen to see someone with a disability studies minor, I always know that that would mean something to me, right? Because I know that that means they would be thinking about the social model of disability, not only the medical model of disability. And that's something really, really special and something that we're uplifting today as well. So I'm going to bring up Dr. Luck and she can tell you more about it. Come on up.
Thank you, Jess, and thank you so much for having me. Let's see if I can, maybe I'll just stand like this or. Awesome, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Luck. I'm the professor of English and chair of the English department at CSUSB. And I'm also a scholar who studies disability studies in my research. I've published work on, I mostly focus on poets with disabilities. And so I'm working on a book right now on poets who are deaf and thinking about how that kind of relationship to language shows up in the poetics they write on the page. So I'm very excited to have you all here, and thank you so much to Jess and her team for all the hard work they did to put this event together. So right now I am the mentor for the minor, and we're very excited about it. As Jess mentioned, we're only the third CSU to have a minor in disability studies. So just to give you a little taste of what classes we offer, we have kind of 4 classes in the core that everyone takes, or you can choose 3 or take all 4 if you're very excited about it. We have disability literature, disability history, philosophy of disability, and brand new starting this fall, we have communicating disability studies in the communications department. And then you get to choose some electives, including you could take American Sign Language, you could take the history of madness, which is taught by one of our coworkers back there, Dr. Tiffany Jones in the history department. Also, let's see, so public health, disability, society, and physical activity. There's just all kinds of people on our campus that are interested and excited about disability issues. So yeah, thanks so much for being here. And as Jess mentioned, we are starting a certificate program that'll be online this next fall. I checked, it went through all of the curricular steps and it's ready to go in the catalog this fall. So if you're a community member who's not a matriculating student at CSUSB, you can join us and take those classes and get a certificate from us in disability studies. So thank you so much and have a great day. I'm excited.
So coming up next, we have Shayna, and Shayna is going to introduce our film festival that we have going. Then are you able to bring, she's on Zoom, are you able to bring her up on Zoom? I'm going to stall for Thin as we bring Shayna up on Zoom. So a little bit about the Superfest Film Festival. Who here has heard of the Longmore Institute on Disability and or the Disability Studies, the Disability Cultural Center up in the Bay? Anyone ever heard of either? Yep. Okay, good. We've got one. Awesome. Well, I am a giant super fan of both of them. A lot of what we do here at Cal State San Bernardino is also inspired and modeled by the work that's happening up in the Bay in those 2 spaces, including elements of the original neurodiversity space. So the Longmore Institute is a long-standing disability studies and disability affirming space. And they do a couple of really cool things there. One cool thing they have is a giant disability studies reading library. So you go in this room and you just feel surrounded by, if it's your history, you feel surrounded by your history and your culture, which is a really profound and special and important experience to have. And another thing they do is that they have an annual film showcase screening. All right, we're getting there. We're getting closer to being ready with the Shayna. And so they have this Superfest Film Festival, and it's available usually in Octobers, and it is online, so you can watch it from anywhere. And it is a disability peer-reviewed film showcase of short films, like essentially the best in the world, as determined by other disabled people about disabled topics and disabled filmmakers and their films. So I love this already, right? Because I think that the spirit behind it is right. And it's done by community, in community, for community, by community rather than at community. But in addition, the films are really good. They're really, really good. So as we began to align more and more with the Longmore Institute, and then later the film festival moved over to the Disability Studies, Disability Cultural Center, we realized that the film screenings are portable and they can be part of other events, which was so exciting. And so this is a mini Superfest showcase. It is curated by the exact same people that curate the film festival that they have in October. They are award-winning films from the film festival that they have every October. They span a couple of years. We decided, and I worked really closely with Shayna. Shayna herself is a disabled filmmaker, and her film is included among the films that you're going to see, which I think is really cool. So you'll hear from her, and then you'll see her curation. But in addition, we kind of thought topically, right? And we thought about what are ways that a film festival can push the boundaries and push the envelope a little bit. And so what we came up with is one that is slightly in the comedic and satire realm. So I'm very excited about this. It is, if you find something funny, it's okay to laugh. Disabled people laugh at things too, guys. So with that, how are we doing, Jen? She's not online. All right, we're going to take a brief pause, and I'm going to go find Ashana, and I will be right back at you. Oh, got it. So she is California. Okay, got it.
Shayna, can you turn on your microphone and your...
Hello, hello.
Hi, everyone. We found Ashana. Yay. Shayna, thank you for putting up with our technical glitch. We appreciate you.
Of
Do you mind
course,
saying?
of course.
Okay, perfect. We got your audio too. So with that, as to not have a delay, I'm going to hand it over to you to do a much better introduction than mine.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Thank you, everyone. I am so excited for the Superfest showcase. We have a really exciting lineup of films for you today. They center a wide variety of disability themes. And I am Shayna, like Jess said. I am the director of the Superfest Disability Film Festival for the San Francisco Disability Cultural Center. Before we get started, I'd like to provide some background on Superfest. It is the longest running disability film festival in the world, and it debuted first in Los Angeles in 1970. And now it's held at the San Francisco Disability Cultural Center, which, if you're ever in that area, we do have open hours. Please feel free to stop by. It is a brick and mortar center built by disabled people for disabled people. And it's a great communal space. And here we really pride ourselves on celebrating cutting edge cinema that portrays disability through a diverse, complex, unabashed, and very engaging lens. And this is all accomplished by our jury made up entirely with people with disabilities. We also prioritize access needs in our showcase, which means that each film you'll be watching today has audio descriptions as well as captions. We also have, so each film has audio descriptions as well as captions. And fun fact, the last film in the lineup is actually one I directed about 10 years ago. It was my first film that I ever made, which Jess so graciously wanted to include in the showcase. The films in total are about an hour long. So with that, seriously, thank you for having us here. I hope you enjoy the films and get cozy. Jess, I'll have you take it away.
So our first film here is called Audio Description, and it is we may have Phoebe. Do we have Phoebe? I will check online to see if we have Phoebe online. So just as we're getting set up here, so we have Dr. Tiffany Jones from History, who is amazing. She's also our CFA president. I have learned so many amazing inclusive things from her, including about the YMCA circus. So yeah, definitely appreciative. Dr. Sanjeet Mann he's an amazing librarian, and he is our disability inclusion liaison for the library. And he also, you can find him many times in the maker spaces at the library. So 3D printing and those cool Cricut things that can make everything, and our podcast studio. And he does that all with a liberatory pedagogy about co-constructing knowledge together. And so definitely someone I really highly appreciate and admire. Dr. Sweeney, you met already. Amazing, amazing poet about all things, including neuroaffirming practices. Shayna is joining us by Zoom, our amazing filmmaker. We're all waving to you right now, Shayna. And we may have do we have a Phoebe Kim or Yeon, Y-E-O-N Kim? Okay, we're checking for one more who may be joining us from Zoom. She is one of our disability inclusion liaisons as well. So either way, we have a star-studded panel. These are people that I work with really closely. I should mention Dr. Jones is also part of our disability studies work group for the minor and for the speaker series, as is Dr. Sweeney. So this is part of our disability inclusion ecosystem here, you guys, and one that we're really proud of, and we're really close and happy to work together. So with that, welcome to our panel. So kind of the general idea is folks may have questions, right? Including, we might have really awesome questions for our filmmaker, which I love that we have a filmmaker here with us today. Thank you, Shayna, for being part of this. Woo! But also, I wanted to just kind of, as we're thinking about questions that we may have, I wanted to just kind of like warm things up and start a conversation with you and see, was there a particular film that stood out to you that you'd like to add any kind of commentary to, or something that personally you related to or professionally in your own lives or in working around disability studies or neurodiversity?
Well, I'm just holding the microphone, so it came up to my mouth. That's all I have to say. No. So I just love this series of films. Jess, thank you for putting this together in exactly that order. And Shayna's film, my God, can you imagine? Shayna, genius. You made that film as a student, an undergraduate student. That was breathtaking all the way through. One thing I've been thinking about a lot is, and this is part of universal design for learning, is that social access is part of access. And so access isn't just physical, it's also sensory and social. And so when we only think about physical access, we have handicap tables at the very edge, disability tables at the very edge of the room where the person can't even see, isn't part of any discussions, isn't part of groups, can only see from the far side. You can't see the films, you can't see what's written on the board, right by the trash cans. And so it isn't social access. And what we saw in film after film was that the depression, the exile, the otherness, the feeling of not being a part was even more painful, even more difficult than the quote unquote disability that it begins with. And so this is where I think we can just make huge progress at our universities. And this is where the neurodiversity space downstairs works to help with social access, sensory access. So for me, right, when the lights are too bright, I'm not even present. I may look present, but I'm suffering so much from the bright lights that I can't focus. I'll become exhausted quickly. So these lights being on, I just can't do this, And it's something that normative eyes don't think about. So we have this, from the various films, we have this whole list of areas to think about where whatever normativity is, the expectations of normativity, and if you have a disability, you're expected just to survive it, tough it out, push through it. If you don't, you were like the young lady in the second film who had to stay home during her friend's birthday party, and the friend said, "Fuck you. What kind of friend are you? It's my 18th. Why aren't you out here?" So if you can't push through, then you're suddenly unacceptable and you're othered again. There's so many ways you get othered, pushed out by not, sort of courageously pushing through. So there's this dichotomy between enabling, empowering, giving people the chance to be independent and courageous, but then expecting them to is at the other side of it. If you aren't courageous enough, somehow you're at fault. If you were more courageous, you could push right through this. And I think the normative community likes those kinds of images, that if you don't push through it, it's on you, it's your fault. And so it's both sides of it. I think this series of films showed all of that brilliantly. It's a great series. And Shayna's, my God, I cannot get over this. The effect of seeing the world from the camera on Shayna's wheelchair, looking up at the world and everything being above and unsighted and invisible to see, and just the feeling of vulnerability from that position and the feeling of being out of the community. So anyway, those are some opening thoughts from me. That's it. I'm passing it on to Tiffany.
Unless Shayna wants to go, just put your hand up, Shayna, if you want to go. I can't pick one. That's really hard, because I think together all of them, and Shayna, thanks for putting them together in the way that you did, because I think they all speak so eloquently to the layering of identities and making the invisible visible in different ways, which I thought was beautifully done. And the empowerment that comes through becoming visible, because so often disabilities are ignored or silenced or made invisible in many different ways, through whether it's physical access, whether it's social access, whether it's shame, or we can't talk about our disabilities in a way that is acceptable because we may be judged. And what I loved about it was it was a reclaiming. All the films kind of talk about reclaiming identity, which I'm an African historian, and I do history of medicine, and I do history of madness and history of disability, and they're all intersect in that people are often made invisible, or their history or their identities are often erased. So what I loved so much about all the films was that was this kind of idea of reclaiming. And so often people are named. So Saul Dubois, he's a African scholar. He talks about the two difference between naming and claiming, which I thought the film, like Whose Voice Is It Anyway, was really good about, where often people are named. So you point to that, you're told who you are. And whereas claiming is where you claim that identity for your own, you shape what that is. And there's a big difference between those two things. And I think all the films do that in a really beautiful way. And Shana, your film is beautiful because you're reclaiming that space and giving voice, which I thought was also very beautifully done. In an activist way, and I'm a CFA president, so I'm a diehard activist, which I love, and keeping our campus, to task for what they should be doing. So yeah, I could go on forever, but I just thought all of them together spoke so beautifully.
Thank you. So as I'm thinking about these films, I am really struck by a number of moments that I kind of took some notes, and I'm kind of connecting it to some of the research that I do on technology in a library setting. Technology always has particular affordances, like things that you can do with the technology or things that it makes it possible to do, but also things that it's not designed for, things that it, whether intentionally or unintentionally, kind of makes it difficult or complicated or adds complexity. And technology and design, like that process of applying skill and trying to solve a problem and kind of figuring out what problems are going to be worth solving in the first place. And then whose perspective are we going to pay attention to and take as the norm? And who are we going to sideline through that process of design? These are things that, I mean, we hear so much about technology in everyday life. And so I think we're all aware of how design really makes a difference in everyday life, and especially in thinking about accessibility and how infrastructures are designed in many cases for the like for that the kind of norms of being able-bodied, or norms of whiteness, norms of masculinity. We see design operating, and these films are really wonderful at kind of recentering that sense of vision. We see that in a film like Unfit for Work, where just you can see the entire world around you changing, and for a moment, everything is different. The people making the job decisions are still there; they're still dancing, but the people that have that the system was designed to exclude are also there and also have a place, and are and have energy and are able to live more fully for that moment. I think like healthcare, kind of just Sacramento State and Shana, in your film, really insightfully, just by mounting a GoPro on your chair, you're able to kind of take viewers with you imaginatively, and kind of enables your audience to exercise empathy and have a new perspective and a new way of seeing the world. And if we can keep that new way of seeing the world with us and remember it and go through everyday life with that changed perspective, then these filmmakers, they've made a difference in some small way.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'd just like to add, seriously, thank you for all of your kind words. It's really funny looking back on your work from like so long ago, right? Because internally I sometimes like cringe at like, oh no, that tech could have been better, right? That technical thing could have been better, but it's the little flaws that make it what it is today. And what I've learned to appreciate. So thank you for all of your kind words. I really appreciate it. And I'm so glad it resonates today. And it truly, I'm hoping that, if it if it helps one person be seen or feel heard, then I've done my duty. I did want to go back. So when Jess and I first talked about the lineup for this showcase, Jess had the idea of building a lineup around satirical films that were not only punchy and biting in some ways, but also films that showed a celebration of our community and identity. And so I think that conception of this showcase was really brilliant, especially for the times that we are in, right? Where we're not sugarcoating the challenges that we're going through, but we're also showing our disabled joy, as I like to put it, right? And so, you know, films like Unfit to Work, I feel showcase this really well, as do all the other films. But Unfit to Work literally is, you know, it very loudly shows the challenges and the discrimination juxtaposed with a world of dance and song. And then we're transported into a new space where we can be ourselves unapologetically, where we can be bold, we can be wild, and we can dream. And so all the films, in some respect, do this. They dare to envision a space or a new way of thinking. And so for that, I'm just grateful that y'all are having this, and to Jess for putting this together.
Amazing. Well, thanks, Shayna. Thanks to our panelists. We have time for questions. I mean, I can keep going with questions, but this is also a great window of opportunity if anyone I mean, guys, we have a packed room right now. Look around. Look how many people came out for our Disability Studies Neurodiversity Symposium. This is amazing. Yeah, do you have questions for our faculty panel? Yeah.
I'm
So
not.
I'm going to restate that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And then I'll do better at handing the mic for our next question. I got this. I swear I do this all the time. So the question was to you, Shayna, about how did the campus change anything, and or what did they change based on your film? Did I cover it? Okay. Yeah. that was the question.
So after we got picked up by PBS, KVIE, the local PBS station, myself and Cy Lugo, who is the man who is blind in the film, we both got invited to President Nelson's office to discuss changes that needed to be made. And we went in there, we laid out all of our points, many of which were in the film. A second elevator was built in Lassen Hall. That was one of the biggest accomplishments. It's wild that in the student services building, where the testing center is on the second floor, there's only one elevator. One elevator. And there's so many centers on the second and third floors. Anyways, they finally built a second elevator, and then on top of it, desks were moved. The accessible desks were moved to the front of the classrooms. Teachers and staff actually were made to use my video as like a training grounds, to be more empathetic and to also learn about different accessibility needs on campus. And so that was incredible. So every year they would have this, like, before we start the semester, teachers meetup where they would make everybody watch in an auditorium together. And then the disability department, services for students with disabilities, there was a major shakeup there based on our feedback and the evidence we presented. And so a lot of new staff was hired after that. And a lot of the other staff who were discriminatory, who we had proof had discriminated quite a bit to us, were let go.
That's amazing. Thank you, Shayna. Also, as we're handing the mic out, can I borrow your film for my disability justice course? I have a faculty training. Can I add it?
Yes, I put this film on
Yay.
YouTube so that anybody can use it. Like it truly is a resource. And I will email out the list of this film. And then if any of the other films are online, I will email those out as well as a list of the directors for you.
Perfect. And I'll share that through the Eventbrite for all the attendees. Dr. Molly. I don't think it's on.
On, but
Oh, here. Hang on.
at every institution, sorry, at every CSU institution, when your film was, first of all, powerful, thank you, and also a healthy reminder around furniture accommodations and alternative accommodations for furniture. At every CSU, it's handled differently. Here, CSU's facilities office takes care of the placing of accommodation furniture. What at Sac State, was it San Diego State? At Sac State, when you're talking about the accommodations office, do they work with facilities to do that, or is it staff in their office that does that? Because I think that's something here that we work with our facilities instructors, and I think that this video would be actually good training for them. But can you tell me a little bit about that discrepancy or how that's facilitated?
Yeah, so when I was there, I believe it was facilities who they worked with. And one of the things was whenever I would enter a classroom, there was always an accessible desk in the classroom. It was just usually at the back of the room or by the teacher's podium, which by the teacher's podium is okay because at least then it's a little bit more easily accessible for somebody to move and drag. But the issue was that the professors were using it. And I actually ran into at least two situations where the professors did not want to give it up or allow me to use it or even allow it to be moved. I understand them not wanting to move it. It wasn't that heavy of a table. As you can see, I like moved it with my wheelchair in the film at one point. But some of them were very resistant to moving it themselves, which is fair because, you know, you don't want to get injured doing that. However, that was the main frustration on my part. It was like the table is there. It's just not put in the correct place. And the professors working in the classroom are not being emailed specific instructions of like, yes, the student needs that desk. And nobody was willing to really help bridge that gap in communication.
I actually really appreciate that additional context. We actually have had cases that we have worked with and de-escalated, of course, but support, with faculty who have been resistant to moving alternative accommodation furniture for a variety of reasons. But nevertheless, thank you for that additional context. That's really helpful. And I know that your film will allow us to do better as well, because we're consistently trying to improve that experience. And that one is a difficult one. It shouldn't be, but it is a difficult accommodation to improve. So I do appreciate all of the myriad of points that you brought in your film. And that's going to help us a lot too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question for our faculty panelists as a follow-up to that. I know that when I get an accommodation letter that says alternative chair or alternative table, it doesn't necessarily, I don't think we have the blue dots. I'm not familiar with the blue dots. So it doesn't necessarily tell me where or what or how in like a rich, thick, qualitative, descriptive way. It just kind of says these items exist. Right. And, as a person who operates in this world, I know that that table is not there for me to throw my pizza party on. But also, it doesn't actually tell me the best way for that to meet the individual needs of the student. So I'm wondering for our faculty panelists, have you ever encountered that? And then how did you navigate it in a way that worked for you?
gonna speak a little bit about that. I'm teaching my disability history class right now. I only have one table, and I need more. And so that's the other issue, is that there's an assumption that there's only going to be one person, which is problematic. The other thing that just that I do need to speak on, and I need to say loudly because it's been a frustration of mine for the last 2 years as CFA president, is and I know that students, need advocates, but faculty have no advocates. We have nothing for faculty on this campus. And I've had to step into that role because faculty have been ignored, their requests for ADA accommodation. And so when you have faculty that are being ignored and their requests are being ignored on this campus, and are taking sometimes 6 months to even hear back from people, that frustration level, and then they're teaching classes and they're having to do accommodating students too, without any sometimes support. It's gotten way better, I have to say. But when I started 18 years ago, there was no support. So I really do appreciate our SSD office, what they're doing now. It's incredible. Like, I just have to shout out for that. But there's no SSD office for faculty. So I just wanted to say that very loudly because I do think that that's a huge concern. But yeah, we do get an email with accommodations requests. I understand privacy issues. So sometimes we can't know the details. So it's often up to the students to make that effort to reach out and explain exactly what they need. But I do have colleagues that don't understand and don't know how to accommodate. And one thing that I found is it's made me 100 times a better teacher, in that if you teach to everybody, and do universal design for learning, for example, which I've been doing for like 18 years, and I started doing it. You're teaching, it just makes you a better teacher, and you're teaching to everybody. We all learn differently. We all have different needs to learn. It's not about being able or disabled or whatever. It's just being a better teacher. So I think that also helps as well, right?
Thank you.
Thanks. That's a really good question. I would say nothing has changed or improved in the 15 years I've been here. I've been trying to get accommodations for about the last 8 years, and I haven't gotten them. The HR keeps losing my file over and over and over, and I start again, and it just dies. So that's one thing. For the blue dots on the floor, we could do that. That's a really good idea. I think what I wanted to do is take that as a metaphor or an analogy for how many ways not only our spaces, but our processes are not allowing access. And this is especially true in invisible disabilities, which make up most of them for sure, where the process, the syllabus, the way we teach, the way we do group work, the way we expect, some classes expect every student to get up and give a speech, even though some students have so much PTSD, so much anxiety, they cannot stand in front of a group of 30 men looking at their body and give a speech. And that is an invisible disability. So we have so many ways we can improve our processes. In Universal Design for Learning, we like to say, and in the neurodiversity space downstairs, we like to say, there aren't disabled people, there are disabled spaces, disabled processes. So our classrooms are disabled, our sensory systems, like our lighting, is disabled, our normative social expectations are disabled, and our almost everything. And so the table at the far edge of the room, where if you sit there, you are not actually part of the group at all, therefore you don't really have access. If we can think about this across everything we do and accept that social access, full human belonging, the sense of welcome, the sense of I matter to this group, I'm part of this group, I'm not just at the edge, I'm not something to be apologized for, I'm not a burden, I am of this world. if we can imagine that at a deep level and start to begin to move toward universal design for learning in everything we do, I think we can make huge progress. And somehow we got away from the films a little bit by accident, but the films include all of these debates, all of these questions, and I guess that's why we went right to what matters in our spaces now. But Sanjeet and I have done a lot of good work together in the library and helped bring about the universal design for learning design down below in the neurodiversity space. I'm sure Sanjeet has a lot on this too.
I mean, it's really important. I don't think I could express it any better than the two of you have already, that just the importance of universal design as an approach that makes intuitive sense, but also is going to cause fewer problems in the long run, where we're not treating differently abled people and as kind of exceptions or unusual situations that we then have to kind of create special workarounds for potentially. If we're able to design more effectively up front and apply that consideration in the starting point, it just makes things work so much better.
Love that. Thank you. And yeah, I mean, what I'm hearing is so much of that intersectionality, right? That there truly is that broader range of human lived existence than that narrow mold that there used to be cast of, you know, what a place like this, who a place like this is serving, right? Cassie San Bernardino is serving all people, including disabled people, including neurodivergent people, just in the course of doing business. And I'm not saying that because like they paid me to say it. I'm saying that because they didn't pay me to say it. I'm faculty. I could stand up here and say lots of things, right? But I'm in there doing the work every day to help ensure that that happens, you know, and I'm alumni of here. I got my doctorate here in 2021. And I'm proud that my institution that I'm an alumni of is investing in that, while simultaneously, like, you know, I agree with Dr. Jones and Dr. Sweeney about that intersectionality, right? It's always easier to fill someone else's cup if someone is also able to fill your cup. And so we need that reciprocity. And sometimes it starts somewhere, right? Like I'm glad that we're trying to do it for the students. And I would love to take and breathe that same disability inclusion knowledge in for all people on campus, right? Not just even faculty. What about staff? What about administrators? You know, what happens if you're an administrator who needs accommodations, right? It's probably the same that it is for faculty. So a lot of this is about bridging those silos, right? And our students are so forward thinking that sometimes they're the ones that get the momentum going, right? Shayna had the freedom as a student to make a film that started that momentum on her campus. And to me, I just think that that's really cool. We have time for one more question. Yeah. So Maya is like a local disability advocate hero. So
Thank you. I'm going to take it slightly based on Dr. I don't remember Professor Heath. Yes. So to take that to the film about the parenting, right? I'm a parent. And so I was interested in hearing your opinion and what I saw, you know, maybe different. So if you saw, they showed two parents, and I sympathized with one of the parent that I assume most of y'all did not like or had critique about, because what has changed for that other parent, Molly's parent, to be not what she is. And then as far as Charlie's, what I noticed is, did the film say because she's in a group home, she's having the life? Yet today, if you see the current, my word is autism. In autism, group homes are discouraged, and you're told to be included in the home, in your place of your choice, or in your family. So that kind of was touched and moved me, but also brought a lot of philosophical questions in my head. So I would like to hear your opinions on that, and how can we improve we set the spaces for everyone, including the parents, so that everybody can be better.
Yeah, thank you. No, that's a really great point. So many of us are parents. We might have a disability and we're also parents. So the two versions, two women who grew up and reached the age of 40 and had their 40th birthday. One was babied and pampered and treated like a prop for the sake of the mother's own need of prestige. And so I do actually have compassion for anyone who doesn't quite know how to take this situation. She wasn't the worst. She tried. She provided some basic physical accommodations for her daughter. And the other mother, though, empowered, celebrated, loved her daughter, enabled her daughter, invited her daughter to join in the circle of humanity. And so her daughter grew up with pink hair, being a punk, having an identity, having friends, going out down the street, and ended up with a more fulfilled life. And that's where social access is part of the question. She had social access. She was able to fulfill herself as a human being, fully self-actualized, and they both physically survived, but only one had social access, one had voice. And in a way, this whole film festival is about representation. This is what we need more of, is we need more people with disabilities in positions of power, representing, making decisions, and creating art. And so it's helpful to have autistic writers and directors making films and not just consult with someone at the last minute. It's helpful having autistic people writing books. It's helpful having people who have the condition is spastic. I forget the whole name of the condition that the two daughters had. We need books from them, not just about them, but from them, written by them. And they're fully capable of representing themselves in language with maybe, on occasion, some help. And that's where we have to be willing to provide a bridge into the center of civilization on occasion and not avoid creating that bridge. So there is some help, there's some empowerment, but instead of totally taking someone's life over and limiting them and belittling them and infantilizing them, we need to continually invite them into the full inheritance of their humanity. And that can be done. And so when she starts banging the doll around, she finally spoke in a way they all heard. They probably didn't. They would just think, oh, she's so ungrateful. We did everything for her, and she's so ungrateful. But she was speaking loud and clear. And having been given more chances to speak, she would have, most certainly. So it's not easy to say. I try not to be judgmental of parents because they're struggling too. They don't know what to do. They've inherited their own sense of things, but we can do so much better at all levels. And so how do we do it? Group home or at the family? There are some good things about young autistic people meeting up with other young autistic people. If it takes that to enable that sort of situation, to have friendships and social opportunities. There's a Minecraft community where young autistic people play Minecraft and they talk to each other digitally all day. They're tremendous friendships are going on. In the meantime, they are safely at home in the dark, and sometimes that's the combination that works. So what we just have to do is think about someone's humanity, continue looking for opportunities to fulfill that. And there aren't any easy answers, but I love how that film looks at two models. And we clearly are drawn toward the model of fulfillment, where she's drinking with her friends, tipping back, and it also reminds us of the fantasy image of the young man who can't get a job because they say unfit to work. Then he imagines a different world, and that includes neurodiversity. There was an autistic person, a person with ADHD, who also felt in the workspace and in the processes of the workspace, they felt excluded, though theirs was invisible, so no one else noticed it. So there was a fullness there of what's possible, and I think that's where we want to go. So whatever that takes. And I hate to be judgmental of parents because I know it's really hard to be a parent. But we just keep learning as we go.
Well, and I appreciate that because I think, and Maya and I share things in common as parents of autistic kids. And we share notes on being parents of autistic kids sometimes. But there's that nuance, right? It's not black or white, right? It's okay if it's challenging to watch that as a parent. And it's okay if we challenge ourselves as a parent when we do watch it. There are people with varying levels of need, right? If someone's really profoundly affected by their disability, They may have interdependence more than they have independence, irrespective of the setting. And then what can they do? What are they doing with that independence, right? How do we feel when we see someone in, partying and drinking at a bar and being rowdy at a bar as a disabled person, right? That's a revolutionary image right now. And it is every disabled person's right to do that if they want to. How do we feel when we're watching a disabled person engage in like ideas about, flirting or romance or intimacy, right? And it is every disabled person's right to engage in that if they want to, but it's still revolutionary for us to see it and talk about it. And why, right? So I think to me that film is a lot about the nuance of that interdependence, right? Where the mom of the punk rock Shawnee, yeah, of Shawnee, she was still in her life, right? And that person was still receiving assistance, and it was just in that different context, right? Where it's like if somebody wants to go do these, more adult things as an adult, um, and they want to do it with a punk rock flair or an emo flair or a goth flair or whatever they want, why not do it? So some of it was substance and then some of it was like style, right?
There's this one really great point you're making here. I wanted to just throw this in really quickly. It's the idea of sexuality, so that someone with a disability, there's this tendency to do a kind of infantilized regression in projecting onto people with disabilities that they should not have sexual desires. They shouldn't expect to. They should know that they're not going to have opportunities. That's sort of, this is the imposition. So it's another kind of infantilism. It's a moral infantilism. This expectation of no social access, which would include dating, which would include flirting. And so I loved how the second film showed a lot of her horniness. I'm just using that word so that we aren't afraid of it. But she was wanting to date. She was turned on. She wanted to watch films, and she was turned on by the actor eating the peach.
Chalamet eating a
Right.
peach.
I loved how they showed her in her fullness. Again, there's no shame. So the full human inheritance would include every aspect. And that includes the right to go to a bar, get drunk. And so someone wouldn't go, well, they should know their place and they should look at them. They don't have a disability. They're getting drunk. Oh, my goodness. So there's this imposition of moralistic expectation, which is another kind of infantilization or regression that I think is common among our society. So a lot of this is what we can do. Some of it's access physically, but a lot of it's what we can do, which is a kind of social enlargement of our own empathetic potentials. And this is where we have a lot of work to do. We have to retrain ourselves. We all grew up in a world where disability was invisible, disability was segregated. We've grown up in a fully segregated world around disability. And so we have got to reimagine, retrain, rehabituate ourselves to a non-segregated world where disability is among us all the time. And that takes a lot because we grew up in a world before when it was segregated. So this is like something, it's about spaces and institutions, and it's about, who's in charge of this or that, but we all have a part to play, which is to immediately retrain ourselves in all the ways that we think about disability, and me too. And so I'm constantly learning, thanks to people like Dr. Jess Nairn and the great Stephanie, who I think we're going to hear from soon, and these wonderful panelists, and the amazing Shayna. We're all part of a team that's reimagining the world where disability is us. The human isn't, when someone says, take me to your leader, you need to see someone with a disability as that leader. We need to put those in our science fiction movies as much as anywhere. Notice how in science fiction movies, disability's gone. That means there's a secret yearning that there are no disabled people. And that erasure is profoundly painful. And that's what we feel, those of us who are othered on a daily basis. So.
And that's part of what
That's what I have
makes
to say
it
about that.
special to be doing this event here, right? Because let us speak into existence at Cal State San Bernardino more disabled teachers and more disabled scientists and more disabled historians and more disabled librarians and more disabled nurses, right? And this is something that by doing this work and having these conversations here, with any luck, everyone can see someone like themselves in every space and in every sector, because the folks that roll through us are the community leaders in any sector they go and serve beyond this. So kind of a closing lightning round. And Dr. Chad, thank you so much. I feel like you encapsulated so much. So for Dr. Jones and Dr. Mann and for Shana, maybe like a closing 30 to 45 seconds, any parting ideas?
Gosh, Dr. Sweeney said it all. No, it's wonderful. 30 seconds, that's hard to ask a professor to do.
I know. I say that because I know it's gonna, like, for any of us, that's gonna be like 2+ minutes.
So the one thing that I do have to say, and that I think kind of summarizes a little bit of what you said, but I build on, is giving voice, which I think is the most important aspect. I'm a psychiatric survivor, and I collect oral histories of people with experience in the mental health system. And there's so much stigma. And one of the things that I think is so important is to speak about experiences, give voice, be very active in your voice and your experience. And that, I think, is probably the most important and most powerful thing that we can do. And that's what these films do. That's what events like this does, is to actually speak loud and clear and talk about our personal experiences, not be ashamed, not silence ourselves. And I think that is probably one of the most important things that I think this panel and these films do. So I'll sum it up with that.
Thank you.
I think progress is going to come slowly, like it does in every other area of society. And it's not something that anyone can do alone. Chad, I go back to the way that you phrased it. It was just so perfectly about inviting. What was the phrase you used? Inviting people into a fuller sense of humanity, or into our inviting people into our full human inheritance. That's our task. And when I think about these films, I mean, it's a way of expanding our vision, but it's also showing little moments of connection and moments where we're doing this work together. And that's what sticks with me.
Yeah, for real quick, but the last person who asked the question brought up a really good point about, there is and was this big shift away from group homes and being in facilities for disabled folks and being in your own home and having your own agency over your own life, which is fantastic. But one of the things that happened with that shift is that there was so much emphasis placed on being independent, but there wasn't enough emphasis on in some cases, the social loss of being around other folks that looked like you and behaved like you and understood you in a different way. And so we actually have a film about that this year that got submitted to us. And I just think, be kind to one another. Let's help build community with each other, because only together will we keep making change. So thank you for having us here. Thank you for having me here.
Amazing. Okay, so thank you so much to our panelists. You are now free to go. It is your passing period. Shana, thank you so much. Thank you for everything. This was absolutely an incredible journey. We appreciate you. We're so glad that you've been part of our day. We hope to keep doing these with you. I can't wait to bring the next Superfest showcase to San Bernardino. So thank you for everything.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Okay, so how many of you have heard of Dr. Dolmage, Dr. J. Timothy Dolmage? All right, so this is great. I love that we're bringing this here. So I'm going to introduce to you the person who's going to introduce him to you, okay? So bear with me. This is how we do things in higher ed. I'm not lying. um, so Dr. Dolmage is someone I'm really excited about coming and speaking here. He's someone that I cited in pretty much everything since I read him a couple of years back. And definitely someone I fangirl over. And someone that I spoke with, someone I spoke about with my thesis student, Stephanie Rivas, over here, who is going to introduce Dr. Dolmage to all of you because he is our upcoming speaker. So Stephanie Rivas is amazing. She is like going to bring the next wave of disability inclusion and neuroaffirming practices to the world. I just think she is a superstar. We've worked together for 3.5 years. She started as my grad assistant at our accommodations office. She is currently a disability specialist at our disability accommodations office. And guys, she just defended her thesis successfully like 2 weeks ago. Woo! On disability inclusion in higher ed. And so I love that folks with disability studies knowledge down to like their absolute core and disability pride to their core are working in these spaces, right? That's something really special. I mean, since I knew her, we've co-published a scholarly chapter together. We've co-published a couple articles now. We have a really cool one on theory that's coming out soon, along with Dr. Sweeney and a couple other people. But we have these important conversations that lead to things really changing in our immediate world. And so I'm so proud of her that she just successfully defended. She really did produce new knowledge as a master's student, which is really cool and sometimes kind of rare. And she also cited Dr. Dolmage. So I felt like, was the perfect person to introduce him. So welcome to Stephanie, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Do I put this here? I don't know what works for me. We're going to see if this works for me. Can everyone hear me? How do you? Kinda, sort of. Well, I will still hold. Can everyone hear me now? Awesome. It's okay. I'm not good with stuff like this, so. Oh. I know. That's insane. Hello, everyone. My name is Stephanie Rivas. Like Dr. Naren introduced me, I am her thesis student. I am also the accessibility specialist for SSD, as I have my director, Megan, here. And also my coworkers are here as well, which is amazing. It's amazing to see a full room of people who are interested in seeing the disabled community. I will go ahead and self-identify. I've been diagnosed at the age of 7 with general anxiety disorder and ADHD. That I keep acing that test every 5 years. That's the one test I get 100% on each time. And if it wasn't for people like Dr. Dolmage, who provides this amazing work, allows me to use it into my work studies as well and continue the chain of disability advocacy. So yeah, without further introduction, I'll go ahead and introduce him. So he's committed in disabled rights and scholarship, services, and teachings. His work brings together rhetoric, writing, disability studies, and critical pedagogy. His book entitled Disability Rhetoric, which was published by Syracuse, thank you, Christina. Syracuse University Press in 2014. Academic Ableism, Disability, and Higher Education was published with Michigan University Press in 2017, and is the Construction and Race and Disability was published in 2018 with Ohio State University Press. He is the founding editor of the Canadian Journal of Disability Studies. So without further introduction, Dr. Dolmage.
Thank you very much. So it's funny to see, it's interesting to see myself up on a screen, see you seeing me on a screen. I wish I could be there with you all, but it's wonderful to be here in this capacity. And it was fun to sit in on some of the earlier stuff. You have an awesome day going. So yeah, I'll just jump right into it. I am going to share some slides. I'll get that organized here. Okay, so I want to talk to you about academic ableism, and I do think I definitely want to make sure we have some time, lots of time at the end to for questions and for you all to share some of your own experiences and perspectives. I'll give just a quick visual description. So I'm a middle-aged white dude with thinning hair. I'm wearing a black shirt, dark glasses. I'm in a very cluttered room. This is my office at work, and it's full of books and stuff. Um, and yeah, it's the afternoon here in Canada. It's very cold. It's minus 20 Celsius today here. So I think our weather experiences today are drastically different. Um, okay, so as a kind of outline for the talk, I want to talk about academic ableism, and I want to talk about it and the ways that higher education is kind of rooted in ableism and in eugenics. I also want to talk a little bit about the ways that over the past 20 or 30 years we've been given these kind of minimal and temporary tools or means to address the inequities that are still really structural and built into education, right? And the cost that minimal approach has had for disabled students, staff, and faculty. And then I do want to take some time to try to build some tools or begin gesturing towards the ways that we might work collectively to share some ideas for anti-ableist education. I think that there's a kind of imagination in higher education. There's a passive failure to imagine disabled people as central to our campuses and communities. But from other angles, I think there's a really active idea in higher education, a force that doesn't want to recognize disability, right? And that lays the groundwork for a bunch of structural barriers and systemic barriers that over time have been baked into how things happen in higher education. I also think, however, that's important to say that disabled students, staff, and faculty are doing amazing work, right? It's an often cited example, but disabled scientists were responsible for discovering at least 22 elements of the periodic table. And it's an often cited example, but I think it's important to say things like that, right? Because we also know that those scientists face huge barriers to their participation, and a lot of those barriers still remain. So we get that contribution, right? But we haven't changed very much. And so it's going to continue to be really difficult for disabled folks to continue to thrive in higher education. It doesn't mean they're not thriving. It just means that it's become, it continues to be difficult, right? So that what that means then is if we can change higher education to make it more accessible, we're going to retain thousands of colleagues and collaborators and future leaders and give them a chance themselves at a better life, but we're also going to create a better world, right? A reminder about that, I think, is also underpinned by the idea that higher education is going to continue looking the way that it has for the past 40 or 50 years. And I'm not entirely convinced, unfortunately, that that's true, right? So that's another thing I need to say before we get going, and that is that I think there is some risk involved today, right, in talking about ableism in higher education, because there's so much uncertainty about the future of higher education right now. Every week, there are new attacks on universities, some authored by the same governments who have funded us for centuries. Every semester, there are new pressures applied as funding is reduced and faculty are forced to streamline education to be more efficient. Technological progress is framed as capable of replacing us as educators, and a lot of people somehow seem kind of eager for that replacement. Right? I also think in many ways we've lost control of the story about higher education or the narrative. The general public largely distrusts colleges and universities and misunderstands what it is we do as faculty and instructors. There's a growing public sentiment that academic research is not reliable or valuable. And yet, we find ourselves, many of us, throughout our careers, building a critique of colleges and universities. And that's really tense at a time when we also want to react to and defend ourselves against the critiques that the general public has based in many ways on misunderstandings of what it is that we do, right? So, okay. As you may already know, there's a metaphor that I use in my work of the steep steps. And I think it works because we can recognize steep steps all over our campuses, right? And I often talk about the example of the movie Monsters University. In this image here that I'm showing right now, this is a still from the movie, and it shows this kind of classical, neoclassical, Gothic architecture on this campus. to build the movie, they looked at campuses like Stanford and Harvard and Oxford and University of Toronto, and they took the most traditional possible campus, right, with lots of steep stairs. So in this image, we see this building, the School of Scaring, and it has these big columns on the front and a set of 50 marble stairs that lead up to this big forbidding heavy wood door. Right in the background, there's a clock tower, because that's another aspect of this culture, is that things are rigidly timed, right? In the next still, speaking to that timing, we see the clock tower in the back, and we see this slug type of monster who is rushing to get to class on time, right? And the kind of joke about this is that this slug is showed at the beginning of the movie, rushing off to class, and all the bells are chiming, and all these monsters are rushing to get to class. And the slug at the very end of the movie, when the credits are rolling, is still in the same spot, struggling to get through. But I think this is part of the kind of architecture of higher education, is this idea that it's very traditional and the most traditional architecture we have. And then when you have a diverse range of bodies, in this case, monsters, right? Some bodies are just not fit for that architecture. And that's been a really defining metaphor for higher education. This idea that some people deserve to kind of ascend the steps to the ivory tower and other people are not going to get to. And we see that all over our campuses. So I give the example of the Cal State University San Marcos campus, which I understand has the nickname of CSU Stairmaster, simply because of all of the stairs on campus. And in this image, this is one of those sets of stairs, right? Despite the fact that it's kind of a sloping area, and there will be ways to kind of build the physical layout of these buildings. Without so many stairs, we see, 8 flights of 20 stairs here on the campus. And it's a kind of central architectural statement of the campus too, is that these stairs are there to kind of structure student life, right? This is a little bit older campus, but even in brand new buildings, like on your own campus at the new Student Union, these hangout stairs, which are these kind of wooden stairs that are so large that they're meant to be slept and napped and hung out on by students. These are prominent examples of how even when new buildings and features are built, we have trouble using any language or grammar other than the stair. So I urge you to think then about some of the steep steps you encounter around campus and the ways that other students might have difficulty navigating those spaces as well. But I also urge you to think about the steep steps as a metaphor. Are there students like the monster in Monsters University, the slug monster, who are getting left behind in other ways? What does this architecture mean over the course of a degree? I'll highlight the fact that the movie Monsters University, in that movie, there are these steep stairs, right, as part of the backdrop of the movie, but also the students in the movie are forced to kind of go through all of these rituals, this kind of hazing as part of their education. And the happy ending of the movie is that the heroes of the film drop out of school. They don't graduate, right? I think that's pretty powerful when you think this is a film that for many people, that is their introduction to what a higher education is. And the message of the film is that higher education is a ridiculous place, and it's better to drop out than to do all of the things that are being asked of them, right? So I think that the other piece of this is just historical, right? As universities were being built across, for example, California, often the same architects were designing spaces where people with disabilities were being warehoused, right? In San Bernardino, for example, the Patton State Hospital was built in 1890, right? It was originally called the, quote, Southern California State Asylum for the Insane and Inebriates, right? And the architecture is similar between that and land-grant colleges and universities, but one place was designed to empower people and the other place was meant to incarcerate them, right? So the presence of institutions like that also supported the work that was happening at colleges and universities, right? As Kathy Kudlik and others have shown, the history of eugenic research at places like Stanford and Berkeley shows us that universities have been kind of the places that invented and embedded eugenics in the popular consciousness, right? Eugenics might be defined as the science of positively advocating for particular forms of human reproduction, right? But also the negative restriction on the kind of reproduction and recreation of certain classes and ethnicities, right? And the pseudoscience behind eugenics. This was something that American academics developed, right? To also enforce that border of those steep steps, right? That some people are meant to be educated and other people are meant to be studied, right? And in that history, disabled people were sterilized, they were imprisoned, and they were killed, right? It's a difficult image to look at because of its eugenic history, but this is an image from E.R. Johnston's classifications of what he defined as feeble-minded people, right? And these are terrible words, right? We understand this, but at the time, these were scientific terms like idiot, right? Imbecile. And there was an idea that people were born into different steps on this limited range of mental development, right? And this is how universities defined populations of people, right? We may like to believe today, right, that practices of eugenics have been rejected and corrected, right? But I think there are these ways that the selectivity of the university environment has to continue to be interrogated across that history of eugenics, right? As we ask questions about what it is ways that we define things like intelligence, right? Ways that universities do and do not create real opportunity across diverse groups of students, right? We have to link that back to some of the history of the university as a place that really was delineating this this border between who could be educated and who was being studied, right? The truth is, disability is on our campuses, right? No matter what way we look at it, right? 25% of the U.S. population is affected by disability. We'll all become disabled at some point in our lives, right? 19.5% of students in the United States have disabilities, right? But that said, 13% of people with U.S. citizens 25 and older with a disability have a bachelor's degree, and that's compared to 31% for those with no disability, right? While maybe more students are enrolling than in previous eras, nearly 2/3 of disabled students are unable to complete their degrees within 6 years. Just 41% of students with learning disabilities complete their post-secondary education, right? We know this is different across disciplines as well. Only 4.3% of post-secondary students with disabilities in the United States are in the natural sciences or STEM, right? Engineers with disabilities are underrepresented and mistreated in their degrees, right? So it's not just that folks with disabilities are taking longer to get their degrees, not just that their rates of graduation are lower, they also have up to 60% more student debt by the time they graduate. So that metaphor of the steps, you can see how it's working, right? Some people are having to traverse a different terrain than other people, and it's taking a toll, right? It's intentional. And it's kind of working. I think we're losing thousands and thousands of disabled students every year. The other piece right now is that the statistics are all skewed because they only account for students who receive accommodations. In the United States, studies show that 2/3 of disabled students don't receive accommodations simply because their colleges don't know and will never know about their disabilities, right? Lots of students are choosing across this eugenic backdrop, across the culture of ableism on our campuses, they're choosing not to disclose their disability because they know that there will be consequences in that environment, right? The funny thing is that for the general public, they think that universities are places where disability is widely faked, right? And that's just one of the ways we've lost control of the narrative about higher education, because it's simply not true when you look at the data, right? Over the past decade and a half, now this is interesting. This is data that's just beginning to emerge, because that idea that students are faking, right, or that students with disabilities are getting special advantages, it really is beginning to overwrite the ways that people think at all about disability in higher education. If you go and do a Google Scholar search or a search in a good academic database for research on disability and university, almost all that you find are studies that are simply asking if disability is being faked, right? Or simply asking if extended time on tests and exams are fair accommodations or not, right? So that discourse around fairness and fakery, right? It's conditioning the way that most students and a lot of faculty think about disability on our campuses. And it's actually the opposite of what's actually happening, is that many students are choosing not to disclose. I mean, it doesn't help that at the most selective elite institutions, right, the number of students who qualify for accommodations has grown a lot, right? So at Berkeley, for example, the number of students who qualify for accommodations has quintupled over the past 15 years, right? But that's happening at only the most prestigious and expensive institutions. At schools like CSUSB, the numbers are not rising in the same way, and the data nationwide does not tell the same stories that journalists have chosen to focus on. And that's a story about rich kids cheating rather than the real story in which most students won't seek accommodations. Both stories, I would say, are about ableism. In the headlines, the idea of disability being fake has taken hold. In reality, that same story likely prevents tens of thousands of students from seeking the help that they have a legal right to. Okay, so I've said already, that there's something going on. The National College Health Assessment does tell us that for this current cohort or generation of students, there are two things that are really different for them about health, right? This is the College Health Assessment. The first thing is that they're experiencing higher education as disabling more than previous generations of students. And I think that's really interesting when we talk about that idea that ableism is structural and systemic. It's built into the architecture. It's built into the processes, the ways that we do things on campus. And it's working because students are feeling as though higher education, even more so than high school or other contexts, is a place where they're experiencing disability more acutely, right? If we think of disability as in part socially constructed, colleges and universities are really constructing ableism quite well, right, effectively. But the second part of that is that this generation of students is also much less likely to seek help, and that's a tough combination, right? So while 94%, for example, 94% of students with learning disabilities in high school get assistance, but only 17%, so we go from 94 to 17% of college students with learning disabilities get that help, right? So there's something telling students not to seek this help that they may have had before, right? The message that they get is that it's okay not to ask for help, or that they might even be cheating the system for asking for it, right? Of course, we know we can think of some of the reasons why students won't seek help, and these are the minimal or temporary ways that we treat disability, right? It's the thing on the very end of the syllabus, like go outside of this class, provide documentation of your disability, and you'll get this minimal kind of help, right? And the tough part is, disability services offices are really underfunded and understaffed. There's a lot of people in those places trying to do good work, but the average office budget is $257,289, right? That's the entire office budget, right? So, the very lowest end of what an assistant football coach at a large American university makes is that's the entirety of what's spent on all students with disabilities on campus, right? And then football coaches keep getting raises, right? But the same can't be said for those offices, right? That underfunding, I think, also tells the rest of the university that disability doesn't matter that much, right? And the accommodations model tells an individual instructor that disability is something that gets taken care of outside of their class, right? And that's really entrenched into the way that disability gets seen. It's not a part of the rest of the syllabus or a part of the curriculum, right? The individualized student with disability goes outside of the class to get help, right? And that model, we know, it's also really effective in creating barriers for particular groups of students, right? So we know that ableism has always interacted with racism, for example, right? There's an excellent book by a man named Keith Mays, his book, The Unteachables, which I really highly recommend. It talks about how in K-12 education, educators have carved out privileged white spaces in every disability classification we've seen over the last 5 decades. White student protection and advancement inflects every disability diagnosis a student might see from kindergarten to grade 12, right? There is a kind of racist history to disability classification for kids, right? It's been a way to stream, for instance, young Black males away from the potential of college and university, right? And as people like Joy Banks have shown, right, African American students with disabilities in higher education experience difficulty accessing supports, right, and accommodations. But those two things, we have to understand that there's a particular history with these labels and with disability for those students, and we don't really build a different system in our colleges and universities to account for that difference. That's just one example, right? You think about the landscape right now for undocumented students or for international students. And then they're being asked to provide documentation of disability and seek these things. And we have to understand that the system is not going to work in the same way for them as it would for some other students, right? But we don't really change too much of what we do, right? I mean, we do change as much as we can, but within that small budget and within the ways that's been underfunded over time, right? Okay, so we're still in this tricky position, right? Because I think we're probably all on the same page with many of the ways I've critiqued the system so far, right? But we also know, as I said, that the general public right now doesn't trust universities. So it's a tough time to be criticizing universities when that criticism is so popular, right? It's not just about students with disabilities on campus. It's also this idea that we've always wanted to critique the kind of medical model of disability, right? We know we see disability all over our campuses in all kinds of departments and research agendas, but it's most often been thought of as something to be fixed or cured or eradicated, right? It's a problem to be solved under the medical model, right? And that's tough. We know that we don't think that doctors and therapists, scientists and engineers should be the experts about disability, and instead of disabled people themselves, right? And yet that's pretty much the entire way that disability is understood in a research sense on our campuses, right? And in these ways, we've taught the rest of society to see disability this way too, as a problem to be solved, right? That's an issue right now when there is such a general distrust of academic research, right? Something that we've been trying to critique for many times, for many years. Okay, so what we get then is a system in the history of higher education in which disabled students are invited in the door, they're counted and added to diversity statistics, but then the culture of the university, one in which disability is seen as more of a problem to be solved, right? Rather than as a culture or an identity, it doesn't make many adjustments to account for their participation and thriving. If we think of that steep steps metaphor, you know, the accommodation approach tells this disabled student to go way around the back of the building, right, and access the ramp or the elevator that's around back. It's something that I call the retrofit model, right? And sorry, I've had this slide up for a while without describing it, but this is what I use as an example of that retrofit. This is a student named Sarah Marie De Silva. She's a student at the University of Hull in the UK. And you see in this image, this is an amphitheater style classroom in which the students come in at the very highest point of the room, at the back of the room, and then they need to go down a set of stairs to kind of file into desks that are laid out vertically through the classroom, right? So many of the students are in those desks. They've got their coffee, they have their laptops open, they're taking in this zoology lecture at the University of Hull. And Sarah Marie, who's in a manual wheelchair, she's stuck at the back of the room, right at that entrance where the door is there. And she got her arms folded and she looks pretty ticked off. You know, there's no desk for her there. She's isolated and alone at the back of the room. But I point this one out because I think it shows what limitations we have to the accommodations model, because this room on the University of Hull website is marked out as actually an accessible classroom. And if you look a little bit more closely at the image, it's an accessible classroom because that door at the back of the room is a push button door. It's an automatic door, right? So the university has gone ahead and spent thousands of pounds on that door, right? That opens up to this space where she's trapped, right? And in fact, if somebody came to the class a little bit late and pressed the button on the door, it would open and squeeze her in that spot, right? They're actually bragging about this classroom as an accessible classroom. And I think this speaks to so much of, unfortunately, the ways that disability gets accommodated, right? And access gets thought about on our campuses. The accommodations that we create actually can make things somewhat worse, or they can actually rationalize exclusions, right? The truth is, when you give your documentation over to an Office of Disability Services, the range of accommodations offered is really, really low, right? More than 3/4 of the accommodations are the exact same thing. Extended time on tests and exams, right? At a school in Canada, the University of Victoria, it's about the same size as your campus. There were 18,000 time testing accommodations administered last year. 18,000, right? Because of that sheer scope of those accommodations, that the same rubber stamped accommodation, right? Actually, people are beginning to see disability as only an issue that it relates to testing, right? And little advantages or disadvantages that might be had in a test, right? And that, I think, really erodes trust between schools and students and teachers. Testing itself, I think, is causing harm to students, right? It's not a good method for assessing or understanding what students have learned or known, right? And yet, disability is getting yoked to testing as if that's the only way that we might accommodate students with disabilities, right? So then we have this huge wasted opportunity. You know, if you go to the CSUSB website, the homepage, there's going to be pictures there of students learning in really interesting and exciting ways, right? I think there's something you have there, a certain kind of story about students. I have it in my notes, but can't see it yet, but when I get to it, I'll try to remember. But, you know, it shows students involved in experiential learning and in state-of-the-art labs and in the community, right? And on field trips and all these. It's the future of learning, right? That's not testing, right? That's not sitting in an exam room and getting a few extra minutes on a test. And yet, for students with disabilities, that's the only way that we're adjusting teaching and learning, right, is through those extended time on tests, which is a 40s way of teaching and learning, right? So I just find that really frustrating, right? Okay, so that said, that the arguments that we're making right now about the unfairness of this model, right, or about discrimination with higher education, those arguments do feel more dangerous than before, even though they're maybe more urgent now than ever, right? We have a responsibility to critique this, right? But we also really want there to be a future for higher education. We want to rebuild the public's trust in what we do, right? My thought is that should start with disability, right? I actually think the general public is not wrong that universities are not real meritocracies, right? That haven't been places that have really properly valued access and inclusion, right? I think a university like my own, the University of Waterloo, is mainly seen as a place that assesses and measures students, right? And those don't bring about values of creativity or interdependence, right? They're focused on standardization and productivity and efficiency, right? And those aren't educational values, right? So I think if we started with disability and disability culture and identity, and we started with access and inclusion, we actually could build more trust in what we do, right? For years, we've also asked the general public to recognize and understand some of the most dangerous research produced by higher education. Now, of course, that skepticism about the research that colleges and universities produce is pretty widespread and popular, right? So how can we highlight the ways that academia has historically advanced research that was harmful to disabled people? How can we criticize current research that's harmful, right? Especially when that medical model is currently being de-emphasized by, Health and Human Services and RFK Jr., right, from radically different angles. I also think the pandemic, which began by situating medical research as a hope, right, also has resulted in real distrust for science and medicine in the general population, right? American universities are currently being pressured to sign compacts with the Trump administration, surrendering their goals for access and inclusion in return for access to research funds, right? I see some of the same things happening in Canada. And I really worry then that it creates a kind of Hunger Games, right, in higher education, but it really also is not going to help students with disabilities, the budget for things like access and inclusion, right? Okay, so that said, as I kind of move on, hold on, I just want to move through here, right? I think part of the question that we want to ask is, what if instead of the ways that we've accommodated disabled students around this old-fashioned 1940s version of teaching with testing and assessment, right? Things that make disabled students the outliers, right? What if we began, right, with the idea that we should design for disability in our classrooms instead of keeping it at the end of the syllabus? What if it was central to the curriculum in the classroom, right? We know, for example, that we need to offer accommodations, but what if each one-time accommodation that we offered was an argument for permanent change, right? And I give this example often, but before the pandemic, there was really only one major study that had gone and asked a whole bunch of disabled students, what would you actually like to have in terms of accommodations, right? This was pre-2020. And 303 students were asked at the University of Illinois, and here's what they asked for. What they wanted were recorded lectures as videos, transcripts for those videos and lectures, access to their instructors and to their course curriculum outside of the 50 minutes of class, or ways that they could engage with the class offline outside of the time that they meet, right? Flexibility around participation and attendance. And it's really ironic because before the pandemic, students were told those things were impossible, right? And then during the pandemic, those were things we began to offer really broadly, right? The hard part is we're beginning to slide back, right? Even though that's such a great, that flexibility around attendance, the ability to access course materials more broadly and asynchronously, those things are things we really badly need to keep, right? Okay, that said, the fact that we made that wild pivot during the pandemic, it does show that we can make changes in higher education, right? How do we build the university of the future, right? It's coyote stories. Those are the things you have on your webpage, right? But how do we make sure that those coyote stories are inclusive, right? And that students with disabilities could be part of that picture of the future of higher education, right? How can we then pull back on things like testing and increase community and collaboration and interdependence? How can we assess less and connect with students more, right? We know that there are accommodations that can really help students aside from extended time on tests and exams. Things like help with note-taking and record keeping, technological solutions around communication and memory, right? What about alternatives to tests, or simply the opportunity to learn from and gain credit for correcting tests and exams and learning from mistakes rather than just being tested, right? I do think that if we planned for more disabled students in our classrooms, we could really change the future of higher education, right? Okay, so I think that I'll remind you of that slide from the beginning about Monsters University, and this idea that we have a generation of students for whom that movie, that picture of higher education might have been their kind of like formative introduction to what a university does and is. And as I said, in that movie, the heroes drop out, right? That narrative and that skepticism around what the university as being an unfair place, I think is something that we need to face head on, right? I think it would help if we could more effectively show the ways that we are working with the broadest range of students across all disciplines, right? Focusing on access rather than competition, right? Many people advocating for disability rights and awareness for years have argued that disability needs to be understood alongside other diversity issues. And I want to say now is not the time to step away from those intersections, when colleagues and friends who are doing equity and diversity work are losing their jobs and their funding. We need to push back and ally with others on our campuses who believe in words like equity, diversity, and inclusion. And I think we can tell a different story about those values, and we have to, right? We know universities are folding up their equity offices, right? Research that's centered on those principles has been frozen, right? If we wanted to be involved in those equity initiatives in the past when it would have benefited disabled students and faculty, we have a huge responsibility right now to defend their value and correct misinformation about the role of those offices and their proponents on our campuses. I also think we have to begin changing the values around the teaching and the learning that we do as well. Things like artificial intelligence and large language models are supposed to replace teachers and professors in the near future. Those same models, students are being told, might replace the skills that they're learning in our schools. might replace them or erase the careers that they want. And many of those visions of an AI future, I don't think we really recognize the version of higher education that's being projected. As Georgina Klieg, Ashley Shue, and many others show, the tech industry has never really designed for disability. But the threat of AI is about more than accessibility. It's about devaluing and then replacing labor. And the labor of disabled people is already undervalued, right? That culture as well on our campuses of normative measurement and testing, right? Those things make what we do very replaceable, right? By something like AI, right? It commodifies our teaching and makes it more efficient, right? And I think that's a threat to the future of academia. It's not just that I'm against tests because of the ways that they construct disability. I'm against that mode of teaching because I think we should be championing all of the other things that we do in order to push back against things like the AIization of higher education, right? That overemphasis on standardizing education makes what we do too easy to automate, right? So that means we should value connection, collaboration, critical thinking, right? Move away from testing and measuring and grading, right? We want to object that we aren't just sharing summarized information with students, and we do more than test them on their knowledge and content. We also want to say intelligence itself, back through that eugenic history, has always been a eugenic construct, certainly in how and why it's been measured, right? What we do as teachers and students is much more dynamic, interpersonal, and human, right? Innovative and disability-centered classroom practices can lead other academics to resist transactional teaching as well. You know, what if, as I said, instead of accommodating disabled students around an outdated, easy to replace culture of teaching, making disabled people the outliers, we design classes and curriculum with disabled faculty and students at the center, right? Our college and university systems have a long history, one that overlaps with disability history in North America from the eugenics era, through to the disability rights era, with many highlights and many struggles along the way. We're going to be around, I hope, for a very long time, right? But there's a lot of work to do right now. Designing an educational future with and for disabled students, staff, and faculty will ensure a better, more sustainable future for higher education for everyone. So thanks for your time today, and I hope we can get lots of time here to talk and that I can answer your questions.
Dr. Dolmage, that was so amazing. Thank you so much. Just a little bit of backstory. When we were prepping for this, I said, we're pretty good about critical scholarship here. So I am receptive to you bringing it. And he shared his slides with me, and I was so excited. And I'd forgotten that I told him that. So I was like, oh my God, you brought it. He was like, you told me to. So really, that was so amazing. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you for sharing your brilliance and wisdom and insight with us. I am now going to open it up for our first courageous audience member who might have we've got Dr. Luck. All right, passing it over.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me, Dr. Dolmage?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. I'm Jessica Luck. I'm professor in the English department, chair of the English department here at CSUSB. And I love what you were saying about thinking about universal design for assignments and things like that. I do, we were also talking about the challenges that AI is bringing. My faculty, we're really struggling now. I see a lot of them who kind of innovated and were interested in, allowing students to do take-home exams and take-home assignments. But now with the rise of AI, there's a kind of like, oh, we can't let students have time on their own because they'll just use AI to answer the questions or what have you. So I'm seeing a lot of them go back to this kind of testing, even with handwritten tests in a classroom. And so I'm just, and I understand that desire, that shift, like what do we do? So I'm just curious if you have like examples of kinds of assignments that that you think are doing that kind of collaborative, human-centered kind of work, that are also sort of AI proof, I guess. So yeah, if you had any examples, I would love to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's tough, right? Because the examples that I give, they're premised on a kind of certain amount of academic freedom. They're premised on a certain number of students in your class. There are certain things that can make it a little bit easier, right? To build the kind of scaffolding and architecture. What I usually say is that to a certain degree, AI has surfaced some forms of teaching that weren't very good to begin with, right? I'm a chair of a department, and we've got, for example, a lot of online courses that just had these really silly message board prompts to get students to show that they'd done the reading, and they were never really read by the instructor, right? And they're so AI-able that people just stop doing them. Well, they maybe weren't the best way to be getting students to engage to begin with. And students were AIing them because they knew there was no human real reader of these things to begin with. And so there are examples where I think AI is going to allow us to let go of some of these things that we were doing that weren't connected to bigger, goals for what we want our students to be doing. But those bigger goals for what we want our students to be doing, we need to convince the rest of the university that those are the goals we should be going for, right? And that's going to take some time because it is a huge adjustment. If you're teaching a kind of class that for a decade, and since you were an undergrad student yourself, has been premised on really just testing, right? Then it's really difficult to begin imagining, but also building the structure for something that would be, less hinged just to testing. My thing about that is there's this great Eric Mazur is at Harvard University, and he's got this institute, and you can look it up, but it's kind of like all of the alternatives that we have to time tests. And one of the biggest ones for me is why do we grade the test? I know that sounds like a weird question. It's we grade the test because that's what you do, and that's where you find out whether you got the answers right or wrong. But the truth is, he does this interesting research that shows that you learn the most actually from going back through and correcting a test. That you can learn more by trying to create a test yourself than you can learn from taking a test, right? That you won't learn very much from a test that you don't get the opportunity to discuss and go through with your peers or with your instructor, right? So there's a way of flipping that idea of testing and saying, what if for one assignment, one time, instead of grading the test, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a kind of grade based on how deeply we can go into and correct one another's tests. Could we go in based on the ways that the students struggled with a given test, and each of us develop a lesson that helps everybody pick up on something that everybody missed, right? How could we revise the test itself? So build another assignment that pivots on the test, but doesn't give a grade that's attached to the answers you gave to the test. Does that make some sense? It's hard for me to tell if people are understanding. So that's just
it's
one
a yes.
way.
You're good.
Okay, that's one way of pivoting off a test. Now, for me, in my classes, and I teach mainly writing classes, right? Again, I actually want to give students grades based on how much they revise their work. I want to give them grades based on the idea of coming up with more than one idea to begin with, right? I want to give them grades based on how deeply they can engage with research, including identifying research that they're not going to use because when they went and kind of double checked on its veracity, they found out they couldn't trust it. Things like that. That's not me grading the writing product. That's me grading their investment in the process. And why I want to do that is because if they learn a really good critical process, they can use that process over and over again whenever they have to communicate or research. The other thing I'll say about that is just try to cheat. Just try to use AI for that kind of assignment. It's so much harder than doing each of the steps and the work itself, right? So to me, those are pretty much AI-proof assignments, right? Where when you realize like what the learning is not the thing you've created, it's the process involved in doing the thinking, right? Takes more time in some ways it doesn't, right? It's not that important then to grade the final product. It's more important to grade the ways that they've invested in the process. And the thing I'd say about that is like large language models, they're guessing machines, right? And what they do is create products. So what I don't want my students to be are guessing machines who create products. I want them to be critical thinkers, right, who invest in thinking processes. So to me, that's what I'm going to give the grade on, is the critical thinking and the investment in the process. Okay, but that requires a little bit of an overhaul of the way that we generally have done things. It could be an overhaul of things like gen ed requirements. So the other thing that I would say, people in universal design, they talk about this thing called +1 thinking, which I think is really good. +1 thinking is change just one thing in your class the next time you teach it, right? So the thing that I always say too is -1 thinking. Take one thing out of your class the next time you teach it. If you're going to add something, take something out as well, right? So my suggestion might be in a regular class that maybe has a test or two and an assignment or two, take out the grading of one test, right? Turn it into an assignment where you're getting them to invest in critiquing the test itself, right? Or reorganizing the class around the results of the test so that they can learn more from what the test was trying to get at and doesn't include the testing grade, right? So add one little thing and take one thing out. Just one thing and experiment with that for one term. You know, for my writing classes, I used to require the students write 4 essays in a 16-week term, right? It was the best thing I could do for access in that class was take one of the entire essays out, right? That meant there was more time for them all to revise the other 3. And then I could distribute the grade so that I could value the revision more rather than 4 products. So that was probably a really long stream of ideas. The other thing I'll say is, as an addendum to my book, I do have a long list. It's probably like hundreds of universal design ideas. That's on the free open access version of the book. And maybe I'll send that along so that you all can see it. But any one of those things is something you could try just one term in your class, right? That kind of +1 thinking. And I think a lot of what we think of as universal design, those things are AI proof, right? Because they're much more of an investment in the process and the learning pathway and critical thinking than they are in the product that students create.
Feel like I have a number of +1s and -1s to do. But that's totally the way to tackle it, right? Just if we're going to teach every semester, just take on one thing at a time, and all those +1s and all those -1s add up over time.
Yeah.
We'll be back at it. Yeah, go ahead.
No, the other thing I'd say is like do it with somebody else. Don't be alone, right? Find a colleague, somebody else maybe who's teaching the same class or a similar class, and try it together. What's something that you're each going to try to take away so that you have a little bit more space? It's also okay to take something away and don't add in something else that needs to be graded. Just add in one-on-one conferences with you, or just add in your ability to sit in class in small group work. You know, those are anti-AI strategies too. The more we can get to know our students, the more we can show them that we really care about the thinking that they do, that we're really reading their work, that we're really listening, you know, we're really helping them in the early stages of their thinking. Those are really solid anti-plagiarism, anti-AI strategies. You really can't blame students when they don't feel like anyone really cares or is going to read what they create anyway. You know, so it's a really good investment. I do this every term. I cancel in a class or 2 within the first 2 weeks, and I make everybody come to my office for a one-on-one conference. Because they need to know, I want them to know where my office is. I want them to know that I'm friendly. I want them to know they can come to my office hours, you know, And it's always been worth canceling the class or two, because I think what we need is more connection, right? What we need to build is a little bit more community. And if we do those things, go a long, long way, I think, to building that trust, and showing students we care about more than them as just somebody we're grading or assessing. And those really do counter AI or plagiarism.
100%, right? And I feel like that touches on that idea of, taking a step back from policing our students and taking a step back from policing disabled people and policing disabled students, because the learning comes from a different environment than one where we're being policed. So I really appreciate what you're talking about, and you're making it sound so manageable to think about different ways of doing and knowing and learning and all of the above. So we might have another question from the audience. Who's our next? Oh, yeah, we got a Dr. Chad. All right.
Hi, great Jay Timothy. So I'm one of your serious acolytes. The book Academic Ableism is profoundly helpful. So I developed this whole universal design for learning training that I've done around California. And it's based on your ideas, but it builds towards greater intersectionality and moving the center away from Eurocentrism. So at all levels, it takes the steep step model and looks at Eurocentrism as being, and normativity, Eurocentrism, even heterosexual, straight, white, male, Norman Christian centricism, along with disability, as being something we can look at as a change bringer model, dramatic potential for change bringing, and also allies around everywhere, because when you start to put all those things together, you find the allies you need to really make those changes. And so anyway, what I wanted to ask you is, so one of your chapters was about how you talk to administrators. How do you convince administrators? So you talked about things like recidivism or length of time to graduation. So that's been part of it, is putting together these teams of change bringers at all levels, at the academic level, the level of chairs and deans, and at the level of administrators, all the way up high. And we've, here at Cal State San Bernardino, we've actually done a really good job, because we've had such good administrators, in some places helping us, in other places blocking us. So it's always the question. What I want to ask you is, since you wrote that book, how much have you seen in terms of changing the administrative level and putting these teams of change bringers together? And is there another book beyond it, or something you're seeing where we can read Academic Ableism, which I think is the classic, and then go to the next level? And it also comes down to this: whenever I'm doing these universal design for learning talks, the hardest thing is, so the ideas are wonderful, process over product, and the ideas are deep, profound, and wonderful. But what's hard is to translate it into action. So you might think, well, I want to UDL my whole classroom. Well, we all grew up testing and being tested. We all grew up with product over process rather than process over product. We all grew up with models that were so wrong, so non-UDL. And it's actually pretty hard to be inventive and creative and come up with processes that are somehow measurable. How do you have grades at all if you're measuring process? So this is what I'm interested in. It's how far have we actualized applicable models, administrative change models, and also further ways to reach us at our level. What can we do at our level? How can we bring about change in the classroom, but also in the entire institution? So where UDL goes to an institutional framework as much as a process in the classroom framework. So what's happened? I mean, how much progress has been made, and what are you seeing? What would you advise at this point?
Sure. So, hey, to start with, you and I have to have a virtual coffee sometime. So send me a note, and we can have that. That would be wonderful. So just email me and we can maybe set that up, because I'm too far to come meet you for breakfast or something, but we can do it.
Shadows. I'll email you. Thank you. So
okay.
I'll email you.
But let me try and in a quick way, but I think I can genuinely address what you're saying here. So to me, and yes, there is another book that I'm working on, and I thought the book was all about time, right? But I actually think the book is about intelligence. What do we mean by intelligence? Right? And it gets back to all the eugenic roots and so on and so forth, but it does have something to do with AI. It does have something to do with the public kind of distrust around universities as places where, you know, intelligence lives, right? But so two things I think are happening right now. One, the general public is not trusting universities to be places where we determine who gets privilege, right? I think we can admit that. And I kind of agree. I don't think it's been fair the way that universities have created themselves as the place where we've determined who has access to power and privilege and knowledge. It has not been fair. We have not done a good job of it. And at the same time, we've tried to project this idea that it is somehow fair, which I think is a major mistake, right? And at the same time, I think our colleges and universities are jumping full steam into things like AI, right? And I think there's going to be a huge backlash against that because students are not excited, right? They're not. They feel a lot of anxiety around AI. Their idea of what they're training for and what they're learning and the kind of career that they might have in the future is being changed. They're looking at all the adults around them who are enthusiastically adopting these things, and they're saying, wait a second, you know, what am I supposed to be learning here in this place that's telling me now that a lot of the values that I thought I had, the things that I'm good at, are not going to be that valuable anymore, right? So I actually think part of the argument that we want to make to the general public is about all the things that we do that AI can't do, right? And those are that's the deeper learning that we need to do. That's not the stuff that we test for. That's the stuff that, you know, the real difficult work that's been happening in places like writing centers or offices of student success, right? That's been happening in, you know, arts classrooms, right? Not necessarily in STEM classrooms, right? It's the things that actually staff and support people around our campuses do for students, right? To help build community, help them work with one another, help them manage stress and anxiety, help them, you know, thrive, right? I think most of this is a weird thing to say, but I actually think most of the really valuable things that students learn on our campuses can't be counted or assessed, right? And that's where the value is. But we've been telling everybody that's not the value. So, but it's this huge opportunity to actually recognize and realize the value of those things, right? The time that's spent in small groups, the time that's spent one-on-one with an instructor, right? Let's actually begin valuing those things, right? Instead of that work being disproportionately taken on by sessional faculty, right? Or by graduate students, right? Tutorials are more valuable than lectures. But for years, we pay graduate students nothing to run the tutorial, and we pay professors lots of money to run the lecture. You know, so there's a flipping, I think, that we get to do that I've wanted to do for a really long time. You know, so anyway, there's no way to get at everything in the question you asked, but I actually do think that it matters right now that the values of education are kind of being tested, right? I think it will, like I said with that example of the silly message board post, it's going to surface a bunch of things in higher education that we were kind of cheating students with to begin with. They were only really good because they were easy to do. They weren't really good because students learned from them. And that's not a bad thing. I think reinvesting in the things that students actually can learn from, or reinvesting in the ways that our classrooms should be shaped by students to begin with, right? If any large language model can spit out a lecture, right, then what becomes more important is like what the students are saying in response to it, how they're forming questions, et cetera, and so on. And that decenters the classroom. So I don't know, that's a long rambling answer, but I do think like this is the time, this is the moment. 15 years ago, like when I wrote the book, my main concern was that universities were so resistant to change. I hate to say it, but I don't think that will be the next 5 to 10 years of higher education. I think change is going to be the main thing that happens. And so it's now the time to begin making our arguments, right, as strongly as we can, right? And I do think there is a real opportunity because so many of the things that devalue students with disabilities and devalue diversity and diverse perspectives, those things are going to be so easy to replace.
Dr. Dolmage, thank you so much. Okay, so I'm gonna ask if we could do one more question.
Sure.
But I'm gonna make an appeal because this is coming from one of our amazing lunchtime providers of fun and amusement here. So just to paint a picture for you, after your talk, we have a neurodivergent DJ playing music over a neurodivergent catered lunch with therapy dogs
Awesome.
in the corner that you can just pet and love up on.
Awesome.
And an amazing mom who's part of the DJ team has a question. So if you'd be willing to go a couple minutes over her, we will love
Absolutely.
you forever.
I wish I could be there. Yes, but absolutely, please. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to take up everybody's time. However, thank you, Dr. Jess Nairn. Did I say that correctly? I want to make sure I say her name correctly because she is to be honored for including us here today. And I see people around the room that I'm very grateful to see here too. I see a mom here whose son has autism and they are having a thriving business, feeding people as well. And then I've got East Valley SELPA over here, which, hires Elijah all the time. So with all that being said, I just have to say one thing. Right now, we are talking about UDL, correct? Universal Design for Learning.
Yep.
And we're also talking about AI. So first things first, UDL, I want to know why this isn't captioned, this presentation. Where is it?
Yeah, let me do one. I didn't know. I'm not behind that. I didn't
No,
know.
that's okay. I'm not calling anybody, but I am
It's okay.
calling it out because I want to know why it's not being captioned for those individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing, because they might be here. And I just want to make sure that
Absolutely.
that's happening. Okay. Okay. Well, it needs to be not part of the plan, it needs to be happening. My daughter is deaf and she is head of AI for the Boston Public Schools. And so I just want to make sure that she would be included today. And then the other thing is, and I'm not trying to call names, I just want to make sure because we got to live by this. If it's good for the disabled, then it's good for the rest of us folks that just try to make it through in their world that we're trying to work on here. Good for you. Thank you. The other thing is that let me also say that it's not so much the universities that are not doing what they need to do for our disabled. It is public school from 3 years old till 12th grade. Unbelievable how they will try their best not to give services to individuals and they say they're doing well. Well, they're doing well, but they need to do better, and they could do better if they were offered what they need to have, whatever that might be, so that they can get to the university. My daughter could not get real-time captioning until she went to the university, but that's okay because my husband worked 3 jobs to pay for real-time captioning during the school day so she could have what she needed. So with all that, I am so glad to see people here wanting to do what is right, okay? We don't care about what the law says. The law doesn't change hearts and minds and souls. We got to be out there doing it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Keep doing it.
So amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. In order to be respectful of your time, we're going to close here and get people fed. So thank you so much. Let's give Dr. Dolmage a giant thank you.
Absolutely. I'll just point out I shared the slides in the talk. You all should feel free to share that with other folks if you want to. And I also put my email address there because if I was there, I'd get to sit and chat with each of you. But please don't hesitate at all to send me an email if you have questions or comments or ideas or challenges. See that just as a place where we can continue the conversation or the chat.
Definitely. And I'll echo those in a post-event email share out as well. So thank you times a million for everything. What we're doing here today wouldn't be possible without the foundation that you laid for us here at Cal State San Bernardino through your scholarship and just through your amazing leadership. So we hope to stay in touch, and thank you from the bottom of our hearts for everything.
Absolutely. All right. Thanks, everyone.
All right, so next up, everyone, don't mind me just talking to you from the back of the room. But I'm going to be your tour guide here for a second, and then my backup tour guide is Elizabeth right here in the lovely dress. So UDL options happening here. Obviously, break time includes lunchtime back here, catered by Larry and the amazing work study catering team. We're going to have Beats here in a minute by DJ Beats Mode. And we also have lovely, lovely therapy dogs to love up on. Some are even dressed for the occasion. One is in like a Valentine's Day outfit. So you have a universe of options, but basically we just took over the entire back room over here for catering. So please help yourself, like stuff your face, get a plate, get seconds. And it was, oh, and
Just drop by and see it.
yeah, and if you want to during this break as well, second floor, just down the elevator, the closest elevator is second floor, 2006. Right here on the second floor is the neurodiversity space. So, yeah, yeah. So you've got a universe of options, and then we'll regather around 12:55, and we'll start our next speaker. So, enjoy. So awesome. Make sure he is okay.
Greetings, Earthlings. Yeah, it's not gonna work.
So, hey everyone, just a quick heads up, maybe about 5 to 7 minute notice, and then we'll get into introducing the next speaker. So, grab your seconds, grab a therapy dog and give it a hug, whatever works for you.
Mic check, mic check.
This one's on.
I'm putting a new battery in this.
Ah, thank you. You're so awesome. I had no idea what I was doing.
I got it. It's okay. I'm fine. I should be fine. Okay.
Test, test. All right, so hey everyone. I mean, I could eat lunch and pet dogs and listen to the amazing sounds of DJ Beats Mode forever. Um, and also, we have an amazing additional speaker coming up. And so, in order to honor her time, we just want to go ahead and get back started punctually. Um, so, I'm going to introduce Dr. Murray, and then Dr. Murray is going to introduce the speaker. So, first of all, Dr. Murray, thank you for being here. He is definitely one of the driving forces behind the Disability Studies Speaker Series and behind the Disability Studies minor. He was one of the very first faculty members in the original neurodiversity space. It wasn't even open yet, and he reached out to me and was like, hey, can I come sit in the neurodiversity space, and can I bring some friends? And that was the beginning of a fantastic friendship and collaboration together. Dr. Murray is a professor in the history department, and he is just a powerhouse in the best possible way. He unites and empowers. And he has been an ally of SSD since before I even got here. Like the very first accommodations office graduation party I went to in 2018, I think you were the keynote to it and delivered an amazing full scope history of disability studies, and one that everyone should know. And it's just such a joy to hear it from a history expert such as yourself. Without taking up too much more time, I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Murray, and then Dr. Murray is going to introduce Dr. Kudlick, who's kind enough to join us today. So.
Yes. Thank you very much, Jess. It's a real honor to be a small part of this amazing day of events. I'm really proud to be working with Dr. Naren, Dr. Luck, Dr. Jones, and others on the Disability Studies minor and on days like this. And it's an absolute pleasure to see in the virtual space Dr. Kudlick here as well, Catherine Kudlick, as our speaker today. I've been in touch with Dr. Kudlick for a few years, back when I was first putting together a seminar on disability studies, and I had the great fortune of benefiting from her generosity and from her really expansive expertise in this field, in this extremely crucial field. Dr. Kudlick is Emeritus Professor at San Francisco State University. She's also affiliated professor at the Université Paris 7 Diderot Laboratoire ICT. She's product of California public schools and universities, all in Northern California. She served for more than 2 decades as a history professor at University of California, Davis, and since 2012 as a member of the San Francisco State faculty. Some of her recent courses that she's taught include Epidemics and Society in Europe, 1500 to 1900, Disability and Culture in Modern America, and Introduction to Oral and Public History. Her work explores the intersections of bodies, disability, medicine, and gender. And her ongoing research focuses on smallpox in the 18th and 19th century France. Dr. Kudlick is interested in how disability became part of ordinary rather than extraordinary experiences. And this, I think, ties back to the first event in this series, Disability Studies Lecture Series with Professor Tom Shakespeare. And the title of that talk was When Disability is the Norm, Not the Exception. So there's a kind of through line here, I think. Dr. Kudlick earned her BA from University of California, Santa Cruz in 1980, and her MA and PhD in history from UC Berkeley in 1988. She was a visiting professor at the Conservatoire National des Arts et Métiers in Paris, and she was named director of the Paul K. Longmore Institute on Disability in 2012, where she led the exhibit Patient No More, People with Disabilities Securing Civil Rights. In 2013, she began to co-direct San Francisco's Superfest International Disability Film Festival alongside the Lighthouse for the Blind and Visually Impaired. Her CV is quite extensive, and I want to just note a couple more things at the risk of keeping us here all day, but I do really want to just flag a few things because they're so substantial, and Dr. Kudlik is such a formative presence in not only history studies, but disability studies as well. She has served as president of the Disability History Association and was on the board of directors for both the Society for Disability Studies and Western Society for French History. She oversaw the creation of guidelines for disability studies, from which we greatly benefited here as we started to design the disability studies minor at CSUSB. She's written the essays, Disability History, Why We Need Another Other, and I found that a really fantastic and transformative reading experience, and that was for the American Historical Review, and also Comment at the Borderland of Medical and Disability History. Her list of publications is extremely long, and you can find it at her faculty at her faculty page and her CV. So I won't further list the many books and articles that she's provided us with. Her publications can be found at her faculty profile. We've had the great benefit of her expertise here as we designed the CSUSB Disability Studies minor, and also in preparation for events like this. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Catherine Kudlik.
Thank you. Can you hear me? We haven't done a mic check or anything, so I'm just trying to make sure. Yeah, okay. And then let me do the tech bits right now. Let's see. I need to see. Here we go. All right. Let's see. And then I need to do this.
So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. As the founder of the Neurodiversity Space, which was modeled after the Longmore Center, thank you so much. You know, what you've done is really special. What you continue to do is really special. And the time you spent with us here today is just an absolute gift. So I will be thinking about how every table you put it better than me. Every table needs to be built by disabled people, whether or not it has anything to do with a disabled person or not, as I conduct my work every day moving forward. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I hope that we continue to stay in touch, and whatever we can do to support your work as well, know that you have many, many new friends here in San Bernardino.
Okay, great. Well, it's totally reciprocal, because if anybody, I think my email was on the last slide, but if anybody wants to, follow up with any questions or anything, I'm totally open to it. I love this. It's just such an honor to be included in this.
Yay. Likewise. So thank you again. Thanks so much. Have an amazing rest of your day.
Yeah,
And
you
thank
all
you
go
again.
forth and have a great
Yes.
rest of your day. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you again. All righty. So moving on ahead, we have a couple more exciting things for the day. And welcome to one of our disability inclusion liaisons in the back. Thank you for being here, Taewon. So I am going to introduce a couple of my friends during this little transition, and then we're going to go into the neurodiversity poetry reading. Yeah, woo! So first I'm introducing Megan Carricker, who in turn is we're together going to introduce the State Council on Developmental Disabilities, and my friend Patricia. So first, Megan, would you introduce yourself and say a couple words?
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Megan Carricker, she, her. I am the new director of services for students with disabilities here at Cal State San Bernardino. I just started in July, and I have to tell you, it has been so exciting coming back here. I graduated from CSUSB in 2001. And this place has changed so drastically in so many positive ways from when I was here so long ago. But, it's always really fun to come back to your alma mater. That's pretty cool. But I will say this today has been really, really cool, getting to come into a space with people who are so open and really advocates and passionate and excited talking about disability and disability advocacy, and really fighting for, as you just said, that space at the table, but also we should be building everything that we're doing and all the discussions that we're having with disability in mind from the start. obviously, that's something that those of us who are in this space already believe. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. But I think it's really fulfilling for us to come together and have those conversations, especially for those of us who come from these spaces where our job is to accommodate students, but we know that our job would be a whole hell of a lot easier if their classroom space or their physical space that they're entering were already thought of with students with disabilities in mind, or built with students with disabilities in mind. It would make our job so much easier because they would have already been thought of in the development stage. So that's where I come from. But I will say it's also, today's been fun because I also got to reunite with a lot of my colleagues who I've worked with previously in other disability spaces. A surprise one from a long time ago at University of Redlands, Sabrina. I knew a lot were coming, but I didn't know Sabrina would be here, so that was exciting. So yeah, it's just really, really nice to be here. But I want to thank you all for coming. I didn't organize this. She did. She's amazing. I'm just here as a support. But I'm going to let you introduce.
Yeah. I mean, so I'm so happy. I mean, Megan's doing the critically important work of accommodating 2,000 disabled students every day, you guys. So I'm really happy that she got to.
It's an amazing team.
Truth. 1000% true. But also, I'm glad that she just got to magically show up today as it should be, right? When I was interim director of the same space, it was like, I can't put on events on the backs of 2,000 disabled students who are counting on me every day. And so I took that really seriously. And so thank you for even spending the day with us while accommodating 2,000 disabled students every day. You are so awesome. And we work together all the time, and she's just the best. So we together are going to introduce the State Council on Developmental Disability. So we have some really honored guests here. Patricia Herrera is going to come up and tell us a little bit about SCDD. We are like fast friends, you guys. I mean, I really think me and Patricia, I think we're going to change the world in some really cool way, TBD, here at Cal State San Bernardino. She is a visionary, and she is committed every single moment of her working life to serving individuals with disabilities. So I just think hearing from her is the best. So as we transition to the poetry reading, I'm handing it over to her so that you can know a little bit about why she's one of my most favorite people.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me have Esteban and Alondra come up, and it's the team. Okay. How many of you have heard about the State Council on Developmental Disabilities? Raise your hand. All right. All right. This is more than what we usually get, okay? Because we are the best kept secret, and we're tiny and mighty. And that's why Esteban and Alondra need to be here, because we only are missing one more person on our team. And then I'll tell you what we do. Okay, so the State Council on Developmental Disabilities statewide, we amplify the voices and elevate the voices of people with developmental disability, right? That is a narrow definition. When we look at the world of disabilities, which is so wide, ours is narrow. However, we work around everything because universal, anything that happens for people with disabilities improves the lives of everyone. And so we are in this one narrow, but we also look at the bigger picture and want to be part of that world. And we want that world to be so active here in this campus, and we have the right team to do it. So that's why we connected so well. So in a nutshell, what is it that the State Council does? Number one, we amplify the voices of people with developmental disabilities and their families. Number two, access to services. There's tons of services in California, but everybody falls through the cracks. And like someone said earlier, one of the speakers that I love, it's not that people are disabled. Oh, thank you. It's not that people are disabled. It's that spaces and processes and, you know, our environment is disabled, and we all have to fit in there, right? We all have to fit. And some people make it, some don't, because it's one size fits all, right? And so that's what we're trying to do here. No, one size doesn't fit all. So we are looking at systems. We do advocacy, not one-to-one. We have partners that do that. We do systemic advocacy, and this is a systems change. Looking at post-secondary education, being more inclusive and being more open to everyone, because our folks are going to need, some of them will need a lot of supports. And I know Maya's here representing our group too, as a parent of a son with autism who needs, a good number of supports, but he still can be in the community like everybody else. So systemic change, we work on legislation. We were responsible with other, like Disability Rights California and other organizations, in stopping sub-minimum wage, where people were in shelter workshops. They got jobs. They're in a shelter workshop. They were getting minimum wage. And so that's gone. However, nothing was really there to replace it, right? We've all went through this. And so right now we're going through that, right? And people are nodding their heads. The aches and pains of people now, okay, we got rid of sub-minimum wage in the shelter workshops. Now what? They're sitting at home. And so these are the things we have to tackle. We do a lot of capacity building training, and we have 4 counties that we serve. It's San Bernardino completely, Riverside, and Mono and Inyo counties. And again, it's a small team, but how we do our work is with collaborations like we're doing here today, having meeting people that are in this room that work with us. Dr. Naren and I probably met at the beginning of November, and we were already looking at a grant together, because we really have, the meeting of the minds. Got lots of great information here today that we're going to apply immediately. It's good information. I love the videos. And you know what? I wasn't here this morning, but I didn't miss a beat, because I was on the webinar, and I drove through it. I took care of 2 phone calls. I took care of 2, but it was there. And you know what I loved? And I said, thank you for the world of accommodations, because the videos were being narrated. I didn't have to look at them. I was listening, and I can multitask. Sometimes I make mistakes because I do that, but I got a lot done, and I didn't miss any of the conference. And thanks to those accommodations and virtual presence and everything, I walked in here and I felt like I was here already. For us, having in-person engagement is very important, and then we can go from there. So we're working a lot with Esteban over here, and Alondra, on engagement. I'm going to let them say what they focus on. They work on everything with such a small team. We have to work on everything, but they do have a focus where they spearhead it. So I'm going to let Alondra tell you what her focus is. And we had tons of material that we forgot to bring. So we forgot it, but we'll send it online to you guys. And I'm going to let Alondra and then Esteban. And thank you so much for this gathering. Thank you for each one of you. Dr. Naren, you're off the charts, and everybody you brought together. It was amazing conference today. I learned so much today. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Patricia. I think she did a really good job at explaining a little bit more of the specifics on like how we disseminate information. So our office hosts a lot of virtual trainings, and they vary month to month. We have like standing workshops. I know like some IFs or independent facilitators were in the room today, and we focus on the self-determination program a lot as an example. But how I determine what we're hosting every month goes into something that Patricia shared, that we offer technical assistance to the community. So we're available for community members to call us. And I just like to keep it short and say that we're kind of like a yellow pages. We guide the community to where it is that they have to go to. Something as simple as the regional center gave them a wrong number, right? And they call us, and they kind of lost their way through, and we help them get them back right on the path that they're supposed to be on to access the services, right? And through disseminating information through those virtual trainings, service providers and any service that is in our catchment area, you get to showcase what's available. So, amplifying the awareness of what resources are in our catchment area. I think today, something that really resonated with me was the intersectionality that we see in our work, right? And, as someone that is able-bodied and doesn't identify as a person with a disability, I think that in my space and my perspective and, my exposures, I think societal access does apply to people without disabilities in the sense that exposure is something that we need to have initiative on, right? And there's a lot of factors that go into maybe why we don't have, that initiative, if you want to call it, to be exposed to people with disabilities, and not indirectly, but directly, and actually have interactions with them. Because throughout my trajectory of work, ironically enough, I haven't learned what I've been able to apply in my work through procedures or policies of greater organizations, but I've learned them from my peers that actually have disabilities. And I think that that's something really important that, obviously we're professionals and we come with knowledge, but I think never look away from the importance that our peers are going to show us, because who's going to say what a person with a disability needs in someone that doesn't have a disability, right? And I think that that's something that we try as much as we can in our in the systems that Patricia mentioned. So yes, I'm happy to discuss a little bit more with everyone. I plan on sharing the digital resources that we have, so you guys can share them across the community and your network. But yes, I'm always open to talking with you all and being of any help that I can be.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. All right, I'm going to be very brief. I have 25 years in the field. That's a mixture of mental health and different programs, whether it's therapeutic behavioral services, wraparound services. The reason why I'm emphasizing on that is because from mental health, I transitioned to working with our constituents, which is people with developmental disabilities. And I can tell you that one of the biggest things I learned along in the field is the strength-based approach. Everything is lack of, right? And so what I really enjoyed about that philosophy, the strength-based, is that everyone has a strength. And if we can amplify that, that's going to be very helpful to making the changes that we're looking to make, not only on an academic level, but also in a private sector for there to be job opportunities for our constituents. So what I do is I focus on the National Core Indicator Survey. How many of you guys have heard of that? It's okay. I'm going to explain this to you, okay? So one of the major things that's happening for our population gets served by the regional centers. Have you guys heard of a regional center? Inland Regional Center, right? Okay, they take care of our constituents in the Inland Empire. That's San Bernardino and Riverside counties. Okay, so what is happening right now in the market is that there's a large exodus of our constituents leaving LA County. Do you know why? It's expensive, okay? So they're leaving in numbers and coming here. Now, guess what happens to those resources for services? Yeah, you guys seeing the strains, right? Even in the public school sector, right? The one-on-ones, the speech therapy, all those things that come along. Okay, so I want you guys to take this into account. Why is that? Well, guess what? How does money get allocated to regions? Statistics. Right? We all know that. We're in academia. Okay, so that's what the National Core Indicator Survey is about. The Department of Developmental Services randomly selects our constituents are receiving services. Right now, our office is responsible for San Diego, San Bernardino, and Kern County. Okay, so what's happening is they're randomly selecting individuals, mailing out the National Core Indicator Survey. And what my job is to basically to bring awareness and to increase the return rates of those surveys, because guess what? Those surveys actually help shape and redefine policies. It also helps create programs where there's a need, right? So just take into account the large exodus coming, how's our public school systems happening, and then guess what? The families and those individuals get to provide feedback on how the system is serving them. And if there's constraints, guess what happens? This is a way to advocate for more funds to come into our region. Okay, and with that being said, thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you to SCDD for all they do. All three of you are just absolutely incredible. And I love things that happen at the system and policy level. I don't know about all of you, but you move something a little and it moves a whole heck of a lot. And that is a beautiful, beautiful thing. So we have an amazing assortment of students and an amazing Dr. Chad for a neurodiversity poetry reading. In order to honor their time and make sure everyone gets back to where they need to go, I am going to hand it over to them. And thank you so much for this incredible gift of poetry and art.
Yay for us. Yay for us. Hi. So this is, again, is a big part of representation, is that we are going to hear directly from the artists themselves in self-representation and creating art around their own lives. So neurodiversity just could be thought about as the full range of neurological difference within us. And that includes normative, although even within normative, what does that really mean? I mean, is anyone normal? I mean, does that really mean anything? But statistically, about 30% of people are neurodivergent or have a different neurology. 30%. That is a huge group of people without a lot of representation or voice, because we are many small things. So we are autistic, we have ADHD, we have OCD, we have bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder, we have anxiety disorder, we have PTSD. I think we all have PTSD or CPTSD, but the result is we move through life differently. Every day is completely different for us. Some students will tell me they come to school and they'll cry in their car and then go home. And the first step is just coming in. That's a pretty common experience that's invisible. No one is seeing that happen. So anxiety is very real. The feeling of belonging, of safety, it's also very real to feel physically surrounded by other people because something really terrible has happened many, many times in our childhoods. And if we have autism or ADHD or OCD, we can also feel a lot of exile, a lot of bullying, a lot of otherness. And that creates another kind of post-traumatic stress disorder from being bullied for many years. So we're super intersectional. We are of all races. We're very queer. The LGBTQ community is about a 70% overlap with neurodiversity, which is amazing and one of these wonderful things we need to figure out, or at least celebrate, realize more and more. So our neurodiversity space, at one time we had 5 trans people having a talk about being trans at different levels of transness, newly arrived and some very advanced in their trans identity. All at once, 5 people. Incredible, wonderful. What an honor to be able to just sit and listen. And so this is the real thing. And you get a little bit of this in TV, but hardly ever. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed the poetry from a range of people, from what's called normative all the way to all kinds of mixes. And but some of these students have never read before at all. This is their first time. Some of them wrote journal entry pieces, not even quite full-on poems, because that's what they could bring to you is themselves. So you know, let's be very kind and very sweet and very gentle, very loving, and I think you'll really enjoy our students and our writers, our artists, our thinkers, and they are profoundly interesting as people, fulfilled, wonderful, actualized human beings that break all stereotypes. So these are the readers, and we're going to have the wonderful Emma Hillig to introduce each person. So Emma's going to come sit a little closer. This is Emma Hillig, who works in the neurodiversity space. And the readers today, I'll say their names, and then each one will read for about 4 minutes. And I think a couple of people couldn't come, but so that means we have enough time to do everything. They're going to read about 4 or 5 minutes. And so we're going to hear from Evie Gonzalez. If you want, you can wave and show yourself. Evie Gonzalez. Isabella Olguin. Isabella, where are you, Isabella? There's Isabella. Tyra Webb. There's Tyra Webb. Bethany Leyva. Consuelo Hernandez. Woo, let's go. Consuelo. Emma Hillig, right here in this corner. Matt Ayala. Novea Skyworks. There she is over there. There they are. Brianna Blair. Bree, are you here somewhere? Bree, I think Bree's going to try to come. I think it's a childcare thing. We might see Bree. We might see Siri. I don't think Siri's here yet. But Siri, if Siri comes, Siri is really something special. Siri is really special. And to end out the night, we will have the president of the Neurodiversity Club, Jesse Latante. Okay, first up is Evie Gonzalez. Enjoy yourselves. Oh, should we have this here? You guys want this here? So your hands are free? Okay, this will be here. Boop. And you can jump up and down and, okay, sit over here so I can adjust if I have to be any helpful. Yay, Evie Gonzalez. This is Evie.
Hi, thank you for that wonderful introduction. My name is Evie Gonzalez, but I'm also Ivana Gonzalez. I have 3 poems that I'm going. Oh, I am also one of the people who works at the COG. I know I saw some faces. Some of you were walking in there while I was having my lunch. So nice to see you all again. I have 3 poems that I'm going to share with you today. Thank you. Yeah, this is my first poem, and it is called Anxiety. Anxiety is like a spiral. It starts small, just a little fear, like when you place your cup a little further from the edge so that you don't bump your arm into it. And then it starts to get bigger because if you've moved your cup, then you need to reach over to grab it. And then you bump your arm into the person sitting next to you while they're getting their cup. And then all of a sudden, your cup has spilled and their cup has spilled and it has gotten all over their food. And you just start spiraling and spiraling. And I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It starts spilling from your lips, but it's not enough. So you have to keep going. I'm sorry. It's still not enough. You need to keep going. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's not enough. Go, more. I'm sorry. Keep going. It's not enough. You're not doing enough. You need to keep going. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for existing. I'm sorry for existing. Maybe I've apologized enough. My next poem is called Dear United States. Dear United States, no more tacos for you. I am revoking your right to Taco Tuesdays, carne asada, and guac. All of your Chipotles and your Taco Bells will be closed by the end of the month. You are stuck with burgers and hot dogs. Don't come crying to me about it. This is what you wanted. All immigrants must leave, right? And to you, that means every Mexican. And all Latinos are Mexican. So if we're leaving, we're taking our food, our beer, our tequila, our music. What? Why are you complaining? You wanted us gone, remember? We can't leave a mess. Mi mama taught me better. Always clean up after yourself, mija. Don't leave a mess for your host. Always take all your things home. According to you, this isn't our home. So we'll be taking our toys with us, just like you asked. What do you care? You called us criminals, rapists, drug dealers. You wanted us gone, along with everything that doesn't look like you and talk and act just like you. So we're leaving. Bye-bye, United States. We're sick of it. Not even a tortilla will be left behind. This is my final poem, and I titled it Dad's Job. My dad worked in kitchens making food for others. Not me. too busy making waffles and chicken and whatever else for them. He smells like grease and sweat, so mommy makes him take a shower as soon as he arrives home. But he also brought home new recipes. Sometimes food, the waffles. Bobby doesn't work in kitchens anymore. He's retired now. But he still cooks, just now he cooks for me. He liked his job, but sometimes I think he wanted better. Better than working in kitchen after kitchen after kitchen after kitchen, making food for others, not me. I like to cook too, but not working it. Papi tells me to follow my own path. It's why he brought my sisters here, why he brought my mommy here, why Diosito put me here in this life. So I will. I'm going to become a teacher. I am going to teach people how to be kind, just like how my dad taught me the best method to bread chicken, to share love.
Wow. Wonderful.
Over here. Hopefully you can hear me okay. And next up in our order of reading, we have Isabella Olguin.
Yay, Isabella.
Hello, my name is Isabella, and I have 3 pieces to share with you today. 2 of them are poems, and 1 of them is a nonfiction journal entry. The first is called Internally External. On the external of those eyes around me, their twist of confusion, unaware of how to focus, to perceive the chopped strands, the neck exposed, and the wine-colored glaze around my lips. My earlobes stretch with the passion of accessories and shimmering treasure. It holds great stretch, moving closer to the edge, as I do, when I see the angle in the mirror, the triangle of my despise centered on my being. The one I've learned to appreciate, maybe love, over time, through the fetishization of disambiguous ethnic features. On the external, they love it now. My protruding teeth that allow my tongue to peek through and see the light, escape the frustration of the bitterness in the internal. Or maybe it's the sweetness of red that makes my body hurt so. It's deep desire of all that is good to anyone but me. The lightheadedness gets too much to bear. The exhaustion of my legs and my chest wants to stop on occasion, but I have too much to give. In the internal, there is a broken orchestra, though it is not seen through the protection, the beauty, appreciation of the self, of the external. The way my skin crimsons when I see the eyes focused on my being. The way the warmth spreads sensually, though not erotic. The sensation of the earth. Let my body feel them all. I witness the world, internally, external.
Wow. Oh my God.
I am my best self when I'm in the presence of those who share my passion. When I'm walking along the stalls of a convention floor, aware of the interconnectivity in this moment as we tap our fingers along stickers and acrylic charm. I am my best self when I'm laughing along with the friends I've grown so close to through these events, talking in our special language that requires years of context to unlock. We talk for hours as you skim through cardboard boxes filled with outdated comics, and as we wait in egregiously long food truck lines. My discomfort that usually arises whenever I need to hold a conversation and miraculously disappears when I'm in their presence. I'm free to talk about anything my mind wishes. My mouth can move at 1,000,000 miles and I know they will listen and they'll nod and they'll ask questions and they'll be so kind. And I do the same when they let their minds and mouths be free too. I am my best self when this love and friendship is so palpable that even our silence by each other's sides feels so secure. My best self comes as a reflection of our connection, our squinted, nearly closed eyes that suggest matching smiles hidden underneath our face masks. I am my best self when I am with those I love while sharing what I love. My last piece is called Hands, Eyes, Love. My hands are heavy with the tiredness of work, and dryness itches my nails and the creases of my knuckle. My fists hold no strength, but my fingers, a delicacy, a caress. My hands know how to love. They are magical tools that move with lightness, like a glare on the glass. My eyes glittering, my eyes grow long. They pull deep and dream of the moments that they can flutter shut. They are not your dreaming blues. No pastels ring around. There is only a deep color, one that is loved so richly, and one that admires all.
All right, and next up we have Tyra Webb.
Hi, my name is Tyra. It's like my first ever poetry reading, so I'm a little nervous. I'm reading two poems today, and my first one is called Police Society. Oh, that's good. Yeah. I remember the day on that three-way call, my mom and my sister crying, hugging each other, and I remember the words, "I don't know what to do. I can't calm him down." I found out my nephew had autism. People say they sold the idea with nothing but happiness and pushing the buttons or injecting or medicated. We created that dark space. We can't find and seek the approval. What happened? What happened to us? Why can't we allow to embrace empathy or remorse? Instead of buying or trying to find quick ways or fixes, let's just share and embrace. No, no more. No more of naysay on TikTok. Just detox and be there for one another. We crave for connection, but it's so hard to obtain. When are we ever going to be close? My next poem is called Am I Enough? To sit at the lunch table, to continue copy and paste attire, my skin bears the weight of my ancestors' blood. I knew then I'm the odd one. I'm too smart for the average kids, too dumb for the dumb ones. Just a shadow, a flicker. Between these blurred lines and not even dancing to the latest song, my black card has been revoked. My voice echoes softly. Even saying the N-word scares me. Styles are basic. They say, be more or show us your fire. That's hard to compel my spirit. Recalling the days where we was judged of who was the darkest in the room, I pretty much got used to that. The man at me saying I'm his Oreo cookie, the little white girl in the black box. The struggles for them not being enough in their eyes. I fought those moments, those battles, those tears. I embraced that journey. I may be quirky and I may be different, but I know that's me.
Yay.
I have to say, you did so, so well. And for your first time, I think we need a second round of applause. You absolutely deserve that. And next up, we have Bethany Leva.
Hello, my name is Bethany Leva, and I have two poems for you today. This first one's titled Marks. My fear of facing death has become one with me as the strawberries on my skin swell. Because if the crow's feet implanting themselves into the corners of my eyes or between my eyebrows are due to my squinting at the wind or sun, I say, let them be remembered that way. I say, let's mark my being from flat feet to coarse hairs and let them be a semblance of a life worth living because I am my sister and her best friend. As I watch the reflections mumble secrets that make friends, we should take another shot. Because after they take their shots, lie on the floor drunk dialing boyfriends and question their worth, I'll ask that my sobering future let the worms taste, breathe, and emulsify themselves into who I had become, and let it feel good. I don't know how best friends don't fall in love is muttered to me as my best friend looks into my eyes, a ruse on my sexuality, the tension deeper. Do you think your parents think we're dating? No, but I can't help but feel time waning on me, the potentials, because I know there's an idea of self whom I am waiting to meet. All I ask is that these wrinkles, dimples come with identity, come with the wish for tomorrow, come with the balancing of time, because I am the moon, who bounces the sun off of me, lighting the night, meaning, and life. Because I am my father, eating when others eat, the ugh that escapes him, and the blame that follows. I am my mother, pleading for loyalty and chewing my words by not. I am the dog, lying at another's feet, stripping myself of warmth for the other. I ask that I be a semblance of others, the make-believe child who's asking for the experience of love, touch, beauty, and silence. This next one I have is called Portrait of Myself by Frida Kahlo. Kahlo paints me stroke by stroke, coat by coat, atop a blank canvas, tree in the back, minimal shade. I look at her blankly, septum crooked, oily skinned, and chapped lipped as she paints an empty student's desk, pen and paper. Innocence, oh, the innocent. She hammers at the corners of my mind, the traumas, the ecstasies, the slammed doors, broken fingers, the lone walks, the sharing of hearts, the motherly instinct, the need to drop everything for those she loves. She chips at my losses, mere voices. Now, Frida knows me. She hears the waking up to hysterics, the trauma response, the lumps formed of my guts, stones out of nothing but wrongdoings. She knows that I am like the smell of rain, with the trust of a dog and the ability to feel deeply, so deeply. She believes that I can be the comfort of the bathroom floor, the layering of blankets on a cold night, the glass half full type, and yet the soot that sticks. I am the smoke that mourns, hear my cry. She sees right through me as an unrequited lover incapable of getting drunk, but as brushes stroke the late night talks, the false promises and the ability to believe in sweet nothings, she eases me into the road I fear less traveled. She paints the streams of tears as rivers, the words on pages as hummingbirds, the grief as never-ending hills and slopes. She needs my actuality, the suppleness of my being a vessel, the lover's language. She knows me. She paints me human. Thank you.
Okay, and next up we have Consuelo Hernandez.
Hi, my name is Consuelo. I also go by Consuelo de Verano in artist spaces. Yeah, I'm gonna read a poem for y'all. Real quick, for my own safety, I do have to ask, is anyone here vegan? It's okay if you are. Okay, hi. you look very, very friendly. Can we make a deal? Can we be like just like cool, like truce? You have no idea why, but it's okay. Fantastic. Okay, so um enough preamble. This book comes from my book Water Damage, and it's called Fucking Vegans Are Trying to Kill Me. Thursday delusions fill my lungs with the phallus of a false god and promises of salvation. But if the flesh shall prefer condemnation and would enjoy pissing out the flames of hell, then who are these sodomites to say that I should love in the light of the Lord? I find myself here, checked into the psych ward, shoving in rabbit food, praying the malnutrition ends. They starve my brothers, they starve my sisters. Call it fasting, they said. It makes the pain worsen. And when I scream into polyester, my mind dares to wonder, do these fucking vegans want to kill me? And truthfully, they might. Now, while the food could be worse and the company doesn't hurt, I actually must admit it is the preachers who will drive me to Bracknell. I cry out to the shrink high priestess of sanity. I criticize Pastor Donnie, a false prophet, false god. Delusions are his fill. And the doctor, the ringmaster of mathematics, I am but a number in his sight, so I count the minutes he stars me for pleasure. Do the children of God not see that they carved out my veins with needles and tongues? I pray they find Mary the peace of all things. Maybe I'll get out. Maybe I'll get better. Maybe I'll get hooked. Maybe I'll off myself. I know not what the future holds. Time is fickle. Time is frugal. We stand on land divided land where these fucking vegans tried to kill me. Yeah, that's the So we're cool? Awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah, in 2021, I was briefly institutionalized, and for some godforsaken reason, it was like a vegan institution. And no shade to vegans. My sister's vegan. I know that there is good vegan food, but just not in that kitchen. Yeah, thank you. I've been Consuelo. You can find out more about me at consuelothepoet.com or just talk to me. I don't bite. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, that was entirely unexpected, but so remarkable. That said, I don't exactly know how to follow that up, and the reason why I make that joke is simply because the next presenter is me. So with that, good afternoon, everyone. If you didn't hear from the morning, my name is Emma. I am a student assistant at the Cog Neurodiversity Center on the second floor. If you hadn't seen me there, you might have seen me previously in years at the QTRC, or the Queer and Trans Resource Center next door, as well as being an orientation leader for a couple years from 2023 to 2024. Now, after that introduction, I have two poems for you, and the first one is The Bag of Holding. This bag of holding holds my things, but with these things, it holds my brain. And with this brain, the distinct anxiety that a neurodivergent may know. In my sanitizer, it holds sweaty palms and a moment of reprieve from a smelly bus. In my fan, it holds my anxiety because my entire body itches, and despite the sun, my face and palms drip like rain. In my medicine pocket, it holds a ritual. 8 a.m., my nerves will burn. 1 p.m., fatigue becomes me. 10 p.m., replenish serotonin. In my charger, it holds power so that my phone can tell me how late I was by being sick, or reminding me of the pills I forgot again. In my tissues, it holds my overwhelm because tears aren't an acceptable canvas submission. In my lip brush, it holds my words because pretty lips make honest thoughts less bitter to the ears. This bag of holding holds my soul. I fervently pack it in anticipation of what the abled mind and body can never carry. This next poem is called 14 Years Apart, subtitle Usernames. To the man known as Night, I remember when you were making a joke about an inch from my face. Instead of laughing, I cried. I was overstimulated by the breath on my face, but didn't even know that overstimulation was a thing. You got in a huff and said you won't make jokes anymore. But when your friend made a joke and I laughed so much I snorted, "Why do you laugh like that?" you'd say. My laugh morphed into a giggle and then airy silence evermore. To the man known as Reaper, I confided in you that my best friend hurt me. You said you needed time to think. While I sought out for your comfort and reassurance, you were clearing your head in the arms of an escort in Kabukicho. I hated my voice since then. To the man known as Vitalia, you learned to scrub your searches and files after I found your FetLife chats with strangers and the 16 gigabyte hard drive of porn. You started using a different browser, but forgot I was logged into it. Save password was your damnation, as was the splash screen that said, "This site has been seized by the FBI." Massage parlors, happy endings, and human trafficking. I hated and compared my body until my reflection was no longer mine. I'd say it's laughable that you're still single, but I've learned to enjoy the sound of mine again, and the way it sounds in a chorus of the women your age who knew better. And with that, I would like to introduce Matt Ayala.
This is actually my first time reading. So yeah, I'm gonna be crashing out on you because I have anxiety disorder, so we all gotta deal with it. This is one about my trust issues. The thorns I will rap against. I will look at myself and say, you will try. You will try, you will try, you will try, you will try to save yourself and wrap in the cloth of natural, real needles. I will let the brushy, rough ropes choke me like how a mother tightly holds her baby, because I will weep. I am weeping. But I hypocritically say I hate the sound of children wailing and screaming, but I am no better. I am worse. I scream and I cry at the thought of letting the guest in. I am defending myself before the hurt again, before the betrayal again, before you choke me as a murderer, not as a mother. Lord, you scare me. What is it that you see for me? I can't stand seeing my eyes, that bloodshot stare, arrows I shoot into others' souls. I am terrified to get choked by the words again. Trust me. This next one. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Oh shit. Save for the end. This next one's called, I'm sorry it's not that I don't want to, it's because I actually can't. I'm gonna tell them that I can't stop because I'm just born like that. I'll sit down in that professional room and tell them that God decided I didn't come with the correct preset. And I'm just gonna tell them I just can't. I just can't do it because I don't work like that. When I'm pulled into a room, it's minimal and order. And one poster on the wall that makes things a little quirky has that one bird that flies across the cold, harsh mountains. Bold, and the text says excellence. But my preset says, just doesn't work in the same manner. Excellence. I didn't have a problem with not being perfect or excellent at what I do. And they tell you if you're not professional of excellence, then just fake it till you make it. Then I'll just fake it. That I'm not afraid, even though my brain decides to drop my heart in the middle of the night and pump out cold sweats while I jolt to faint noises that scare me. I'll fake that I can't eat mature meals that have the textures that make me gag, but we'll just say I'm a picky eater. I'll fake that I overwork myself till the moon says hello. It sees I work over for that success. But my body, it just shuts down, limbs numbing, eyelids drooping. But I cry so much to the moon because I did work hard. No stranger is ever gonna see it. No one will hear it. I have to conform to painful schedules, piles of hours, brain labor, because if I don't, how can my family know that there was nothing ever to be afraid of? How can I get to perfection in a system that just wants your soul? When I didn't know that perfection was just a scam that can kiss my ass. If my efforts are to perform like a normal person that won't break down and cry, that I'm just human, the corporate will look down at my heart and say, I'm just too sensitive. Excellent. And then the next one, I'm so sorry for keeping you for too long. This one's called My Papa Demon. I'm gonna tell you a story that might alarm you. I wanna talk about my Papa Demon. No, not my actual biological father. My dad is a saint. Besides, I love my dad. No, I mean like kind of like a guardian angel, but it doesn't look like a guardian angel. You know, it's got the horns and the tails and little bat wings, right? Whatever you want to stereotype it as. When I was born, my mom knew I was a little different. She didn't mind that. I was alive and I was healthy, and that's all that mattered. And she believed that angels were next to me blessing. But she was always worried. She was a little worried about the demons that were trying to play peekaboo with me, you know, trying to make me laugh. Now, one of those demons came home with us that day. And I like to believe that's probably where we get our own personal demons from. But besides that theory, I've lived with this spirit my entire life. On days where I would pace back and forth around my room listening to my favorite song on repeat, they thought he was trying to possess me. No, he was just making sure I didn't bump my head on the wall again. Or there was this one time I had an entire panic attack in the middle of the night, and they thought he was trying to scare me. No, he kept barking at the window. I can never tell why he keeps doing that. And then there were times I went through some really rough patches in my life, and I felt so much hurt inside. And of course, they just started blaming him. It wasn't him. People are just mean. Why did I make up that story? Did you know sometimes people just blame the supernatural for things that are out of their control? Sometimes, and I'm actually afraid of the way I came out. As a kid, I used to be absolutely scared of things that I couldn't see, things that I thought were going to hurt me. But then I didn't want to be afraid anymore, so I made him up. Did you know that some demons were actually made to blame things that we do or the things that we don't understand? I get it. It's comforting to have a reason. But I'm tired of blaming things. I shouldn't have to be ashamed of my fears. Okay, this last one might be a little long, so if I don't have time, it's really fine. Are you sure? Okay, this is the crashing out poem. Okay? This is called What They Don't Tell You When You Try to Get Off of Meds. It's been 8 years since my doctor announced why I'm scared to vomit, why my mother had to hold me down because I kept screaming and crying that something was going to hurt me in the dark, why I poured tears during math tests or just being around a group of girls that picked on me, which then developed my brain to hate myself. My dear, you have something called GAD, and to add more of it, SAD. But it's called generalized anxiety disorder and separation anxiety disorder. You have anxiety disorder. Oh, but it can be directed correctly. You just need this. And that's when I knew I'll never remember how to be happy again. 8 years is now turned to 9, and I have now come to down to 5 milligrams. At the start, it was 60 milligrams. So through the years, I just adjusted and managed through the pain of humanity. Works cited me. But now that I've reached 5 milligrams, I'm not the same anymore. 60? Yeah, but it's trying to get off that's worse. See, one thing the doctors didn't warn me about is when my medicine would begin to decrease as I learned to cope, is that I'm going to feel so much tar in my throat. Because that's what's been happening. It's why I feel so cautious with strangers, like a cat in bed. Lately, I've wanted to throw my phone when I post art online because I know it's not professional enough. Or I just hope to God that the same meal I could afford to eat at school, that delicious red 40, would make me pass out from this nightmare as I watched the news TikTok to see that people are not being friendly. The story about the 4 horsemen, I think it's true. Well, shit, what a worse time to get off of meds, especially now. I feel like I'm back inside of middle school, entering the memories of anger issues, like the one time I screamed and I wanted to hit the redneck kid for making fun of the way I learned math, because yes, I have a hard time placing the decimal. I'm a slow learner. My emotions are destroyed because of the transition. Like the slow learner I am, I'm failing the test of courage and perseverance, but I'm sure as shit passing the test of wrath and crashing out. I don't know how long I'll be this way, because what if I don't get it? What if my heart's going to me? What if I become what I sure? What if the what ifs come back? And at one point, it was supposed to be 5 years, but to summarize, I had a 3-year episode for 24 hours in 1 week. And so, like the doctor said, it's waiting for you. Don't worry, sweetie. Insurance will take it. Never worry about that you almost failed with F's in a given schedule of classes that had made it possible to learn all by yourself because it was asynchronous. And the cherry on top, the medicine can protect you from the foreshadowing rise of AI that's going to take your human job. And look, you got an AA and a degree you're not even doing anymore. Oh yeah, therapy will be nice, right? Well, insurance says that the only therapist we can offer who doesn't want to listen to the youth, denies your sexuality ever existed, and probably skipped an ethics class. And on top of it, she believes that you can never, ever get off your meds, can be available by the half-hour appointment, and has a therapy dog for herself and a cramp brew provided with Annabelle dolls. This is a true story, by the way. Oh, you don't trust people now after that session? Don't worry. Trust the med. It's a safety net app. Am I the only one seeing this uncanny power? I mean, this is how it's actually to be like after no more meds? I don't think I want to keep this monster on this planet. Okay, that's it. I'm done crashing out.
Absolutely amazing from start to finish. And I think your second poem sounds a little bit like a Fall Out Boy song. Like if you added by Fall Out Boy, I'd totally believe it. I mean that in the best way possible. Still emo kid. Following Mad, we have Nevaeh Wertz.
Okay. Hi, I'm Nevaeh. I'm really anxious. This is my first time reading in front of a lot of people. I am a student assistant worker at the COG in the second floor with Emma and Evie, and so I'm really excited to present today. I have one poem for you. It's called Lifeline, and so yeah. There is a line I've never broke, a line I don't depart from, but I may strange away, though. I've grown different pathways, each pathway is a line, and each line is a personality that have yet to cross each other until now. Now they've held hands through lifelines of years, timeless friends who have grown into each other, and now through one another, birthing themselves from top to bottom and side to side. A line that's now curved into itself, asking for more time before being bent too far. And that's what I have. And I wanted to give a short description about what this is. It addresses how, when you're growing up, you develop different stages of yourself. And over time, developing into the person that you are, they grow into one person that you share all those different connections with. And so, yeah.
Once again, I thoroughly believe all of our first time readers are doing such an amazing job. It takes so much courage to come into a room like this, even when it's meant to be this welcoming space. We all know it, but that doesn't stop the voice in our head that is like, no, it just isn't right. I'm a cybersecurity major that hasn't written in a very long time. So even in a room where I know it's a good, warm, wonderful place, there's still that little bit of anxiety. All right. Following Nevaeh, we have Brianna Blair.
Hi. Oh my gosh, there's so many of you. Okay. I also have anxiety, so if I talk too fast and you can't hear me, I apologize in advance. I have 5 poems. 3 of them are really short though, so like I shouldn't go over my 5 minutes. And those short 3 poems are actually from a poetry book I'm writing called Don't Apologize for Shining. Not out yet, but one day. Okay, this first one's called Do Not Perceive Me. Wrote this specifically for this. Okay, I am not here to be seen. I exist because I must. I don't want your eyes on me, but I can't stop them either. The fear I feel when your gaze falls on me, it's unsettling to say the least. I can feel it in my chest, my heart squeezing at the thought, my hands that wrote this shake, my legs that brought me here quiver. The voice that speaks to you breaks as a pit forms deep in my stomach. I try not to think about it, that ever-present voice in my head, the one that says I'm too much and the one that says I'm not enough, the one speaking louder than I can, because I can see you. I see you seeing me. And I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know if you agree with those voices or if you have one of your own. I'd like to think I don't care, that I am who I am and there's nothing I can do about it. I'd like to think you're not judging me, measuring me up in your mind, deciding if I'm worth listening to. Are you begging me to shut up? Is that what I'm seeing in your eyes? Or are you listening intently because you've been where I am, or you could never imagine being where I am right now? Please do not perceive me. Turn your eyes away. I feel too exposed when I'm not alone, and I want the narrative to stay my own. Okay. Next one's called Just You. I know you're not afraid to be who you are. You're just afraid of what happens when you show it. You're not a problem that needs to be fixed. You're not too much anything that needs to be less. You're you, just you. You learned which versions of you make others more comfortable, so you hide the parts of you that make you more comfortable. You can be quiet or loud. You can stay or leave. You can bounce your legs, shake the world. You can if it's you. You can wear the thing, you can say the thing, you can do the thing, and you should if it's you. Who is going to stop you? The right people won't, and those who want to stop you don't deserve who you are, because you're just you, and no one else can decide just who you should be. Okay. This one's called Strength Like a Hug. You wrap your arms around the world. You carry it with such purpose. You gently cradle it in your hands. You smile when it's heavy. You smile when it's hard. But don't you break when you're alone. You don't have to carry it alone. You don't have to carry it at all. But you will, because that's who you are. You keep this crumbling world together so none of it falls apart. So you don't fall apart. You wrap your arms around the world, hugging it tight to your chest. You can put your arms down now. The world isn't going anywhere. Okay, next one is, this one's called A Storm That Became Sunshine. Sometimes the world gets too loud, and that's okay. Sometimes lights are too bright, and that's okay. Sometimes your hands shake, your breathing shallows, your heart is pounding in your chest, and that's okay too. You are not less for feeling more. Your heart is big, so your emotions are too, and that's okay. You can walk away when life gets too loud. There's no need to hide, don't be ashamed. It may be loud, but you shine louder. You taught me how to turn a storm into sunshine. All right, last one. Okay. There's something shiny over there. Someone cracked a joke, and someone is running in circles. It's probably you. Sometimes you don't understand. Sometimes you understand too well. And sometimes, oh, there goes something shiny again. But it's that chaotic energy that can't sit down, always on the move, never slowing, never stopping, chaotic energy. It makes you who you are. It makes your words flow. It makes your dancing art. It makes your heart seen. It makes you everything you're meant to be. It makes you who you are. Never worry about stopping. The world can catch up.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And next up, we have Siri O'Neill Navarro. Assuming that they're in. No, unfortunately not. All right then. With that, last but certainly not least, we have Jessie Latance.
All right, hi. I'm Jessie Latante. As Sweeney mentioned earlier, I'm the president of the Neurodiversity Club on campus. If you want to check us out, that'd be cool. I'm also a student assistant in the neurodiversity space as well. And this piece that I'm reading is called The Something. It's a short story, not a poem because I like attention and being different. And it's on our cog blog actually, if you want to check it out later, or scroll down and read many of the other wonderful pieces written by some of our past interns and past visitors and current visitors and interns as well. So thank you. I'm gonna get started because I have a lot to say. All right. The sun streams down glaringly hot until I pass into the shock of the lights that are by no means dim, but a pale imitation of direct sun. One bulkier boy shoves past, knocking me off balance. I'm taking too long. More and more kids barrel through the door, rushing past me. I scan the room. Each kid waves and sits with a smiling face. There isn't one for me. How does one get a smiling face? I look for empty seats. What was she saving that for someone? What if I sit and they say to go away? What if it's me? Smiling, 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 frowning. She sits in the corner in the back, picking at her notebook, eyes downcast, straight black hair pooling on the table. I slide between the desks, backpacks a landmine, keep arms close, don't take up so much space. I place my hand on the chair and the girl looks up. The breath catches in my throat as her eyes meet mine. Her brows crease down. A spike shoots my heart. She doesn't want me here. Welcome in, everyone. Sit down so we can get started. Her voice sends alarm through my body. The air sits stagnant in my lungs and I sink into the chair. Gloomy girl averts her eyes and I turn mine down to the table. Laughter reluctantly leaves the room and hides in children's mouths, bursting from lips and short giggles. Nothing hangs in my mouth but a dry, stale jumble of letters. They swirl around down my throat in a disarray of cacophony of not quite thoughts, not quite sentences, not quite words, just sounds. They mix and make little halves of every thought that swirls in my mind. Photosynthesis is how plants gain nutrients. We need oxygen. They need. The clock is right near the exit. Its hands tick down to count the hours, minutes, then seconds to freedom. Although in this instance, freedom just means not this class anymore. Now there's another class after this one, and then another and another. Time simply drones on and on and on. We are forever its prisoners. The notes. I'm meant to be taking notes. Each student sits diligently copying down each slide on the PowerPoint. Gloomy Girl's perfect neat tracings sit on the page with highlighters dancing along the markings. They've already started. When did that happen? Did she tell us to? I'm devoid of any writing utensils or paper at all, of course. I feel the pink light on my face as doom seems to shroud my backpack. The shiny metallic zipper will, of course, rip through the classroom. But maybe I could slide it slowly and that'd be quiet. I reach down. My heart pounds, pounds, pounds. My fingertips graze the metallic cold. I pull and zzz. Faces turn. The teacher stops. Something rests on her face, their faces. I rip out my jumble of papers. They crinkle and crackle. My chest lurches. The papers, the papers, the papers. I pull my notebook onto my desk, and maybe if I pretend I was caught up, I will be. The something presses itself into the crease of my teacher's eyebrows and taunts in the giggles of the boys at the table next to me. My heart and eyes sink into the chair. It's like they know something, something I don't, something that they're all in on together, something that I don't, that I am not allowed to understand. I swallow the tidal wave of panic. It sinks down into light tension that traces my fingertips. Gloomy Girl pretends she doesn't know about the something, but I know she does. She doesn't look at me. The sun streams through the blinds and filters lightly on my crinkled paper. So this is the oxygen cycle. It's very similar to the water cycle we discussed last week. Last week? Do I already know this then? Why do teachers spend so much time on topics I know everything about and then skip right over the parts that are completely lost to me? I lean back in the chair as she pulls up another slide. I hear her, I do, but I don't really comprehend it. It's as if we're underwater. The words sound like words, but carry this murkiness and fog that protects me from the strain of paying attention to them. Gloomy Girl seems to comprehend underwater babble, though. They all do. They glance up to the slide, listen, read the words, recognition lighting their eyes, then record the process in their notes that do not rest on crinkled paper, with their pencils that aren't marred from bite marks or mechanical pencils on their last brittle twig of lead. Why did I go through all the trouble of retrieving the paper from my black hole of a bag if I wasn't going to do anything with it? I collect my thoroughly chewed number 2 pencil and hold it in my hands. The words from the screen glide from my hands down to the page, but they skip over my mind, which drifts softly back to the thought of Gloomy Girl. I don't know her name. I want to know her name, but we're several weeks into the school year. We've already done introductions, and we've talked once before about what. I have no idea. I should know her name by now, but I don't. Maybe we were underwater when we spoke. Now, if I could have you all work quietly on the problem for the last 10 minutes before you go, that would be great. I'll collect it at the door before you leave. Oh no. It's a diagram of a flower with several blank spaces to fill in words. What words? I look down at my meager notes and don't find the answers, or if I do, I'm entirely unaware that those scribbled words would solve anything. The silent class chokes me, and I'm locked in place with my hands on the paper and dread in my gut. I don't want to do this. I don't know how to do this. How come everyone else seems to have no issues coming up with the answers? They all diligently breeze through their work as I twiddle my thumbs and tap my leg, wishing that time was up and somehow simultaneously wishing there was more of it. The ticking hands of the clock, once I cheered forwards on their eternal march, I now know them for what they are, the heralders of my doom. Each tick, tick, tick brings us closer and closer to what? What happens at the end of 10, no, 6 minutes? Everyone in class gets up and files to the exit. Gloomy Girl goes as well, glad to be rid of me. The teacher takes each paper and sends that smiling face on its way until she gets to the end to discover that I haven't given her my paper. She asks me why I haven't done it. I stare quietly into my lap and say I didn't know how. She berates me about how much time I had. She tells me when we went over all the answers already and that I don't know the answers, then it's because I'm lazy and stupid. She's disappointed in me and is going to call my mom because I'm a waste of her time. The kids stand at the windows staring and laughing. They hate me. The teacher hates me. My mom thinks I'll never amount to anything. Ringing shatters from the speakers. It bounces all along the walls. A lump rises to my throat as every student gets up and files towards the exit. I hear breathing. It's heavy and sporadic, but Gloomy Girl isn't there. I'm alone. It must be me. I look down at the page, and there are no words where there should be words, where no one else had any trouble putting words, but I couldn't. The something seems to drift off the paper and float all around me and squeeze me from all sides. I don't have any air in my lungs, but I feel it whooshing in and out as though it is only visiting in my body, but leaving before it can actually make it to my brain. It isn't doing its job. I didn't do my job. Blank lines where there should be answers. Answers I don't have. Answers they did. Where did they get the answers that got off a lecture? That's where they must be, but I didn't hear it. Why not? Why don't I get it? I'm underwater, so maybe I'm not breathing after all. Maybe it'd be better if I didn't touch. I touch jolts and shocks from my shoulder to the rest of me. Sorry. Me? No, I didn't say that. I didn't mean to scare you. Are you okay? Brown eyes, weary from years beyond me, wrinkles at the ends, and eyebrows creased upwards, concerned. For me? I try to say something, but it gets blocked. She waits. Did time stop? I clear my throat. I'm okay. Are you sure, Emily? I'm not just here to teach. I'm here to help you, too. She's warm. Not her hand. She took that away long ago. Her words seem dipped in hot chocolate or a cinnamon roll or wrapped in a fuzzy blanket by the fireplace. I wipe my tears. Tears? When did those get there? I didn't understand the assignment. Her eyes shift to my crinkled notes and blank paper. The something rises from them in big, bold letters. You're stupid. It taunts me because I know it's true. Her eyebrows shift. Her lips turn upward and she... Is that a laugh? That I can definitely help you with. Let's go over it really quick and then I'll send you to your next class, okay? Okay. Thank you.
No words, no words. All right, we are officially at the end of the Neurodivergent Poetry Hour, but before I lead off to anybody else, I just want to give another round of applause to all of the readers because I think we've all done absolutely amazing. And these are the unique experiences that we absolutely need to hear. And no matter the form, no matter the rhyme, no matter the story, the poetry, the text messages, all of that is important. And so thank you everybody for participating and being a part of that. And now I will return it back to Chad for closing remarks along with Jessica and Aaron.
Okay, well, I don't even need any closing remarks, but the one thing I would tell you is, right? That's what it sounds like when you hear art from the community and not about the community, or not filmmakers profiting on the community, but from the community. And the range is incredible. Each person's such an individual, so full of light and courage and beauty, and just absolutely stunning. Thank you, Emma. You were such a good MC. Very good. Give it up for Emma Hillig. And it's I'm going to turn it back over to Jess Nairn here in a second. So I wanted to invite you one more time, go 2 floors down if you want to see the neurodiversity space. This is where we it's been beautiful in there today. Every time I pop in, it's just beautiful, all the activity in the neurodiversity space. And again, because of that space, some people, when they reach the parking lot, don't turn around and go home. They come in, hang out in there, and then go to class, and then come back and hang out again, and finally meet people, make friends, connect, feel belonging, feel the humanity that's in them. And we need spaces like this all over campus. I mean, all over the country, in every single campus, every single institutional space, like high schools and so forth. But more than that, we need everywhere to become more welcoming, like the neurodiversity spaces. So it's sort of like it's a model for what can be happening everywhere. Anyway, come visit, swing by there. And if you want us to try to help you set one up at wherever you are, your university or high school or whatever, we'll certainly help. Jess is an expert at this. And I'm just always ready. You don't have to pay me. I'll just come do it. And so thank you so much. And otherwise, so we have the COG blog is something else. The COG blog what's the COG blog dot at? Space. COGblog.space. That's it. The COGblog.space, right? Yeah. And anyway, we'll show you that too. I have cards. I can give you one. Anyway, look at that and you can see a whole bunch of writing like that. You could share that with students. You could share that with your websites, whatever that is. We really appreciate you. And I hope this is just the beginning of a much longer conversation where we just keep having this and doing this and empowering each other. And I'm going to give it to Jess Nairn, who has really been a champion. Has anyone introduced Jess Nairn today? Well, Jess Nairn is a remarkable scholar, thinker, and activist who's just so busy. She reads 700 words a minute. And that's what it takes to be a Jess Nairn. You have to read a book every 10 minutes or so, and then put that immediately to work. So she's one of these connectors. There's a wonderful book by Malcolm Gladwell called The Tipping Point. And it looks at how great change occurs when in a single person you have a maven, which is an expert in something, a connector who can connect many people up together, and then a salesman. And the salesman can convince people to go ahead and do this thing. Well, in Jess Nairn, you have all 3 of those. And that's why there's a change bringer energy around everything Jess Nairn does. And so, and it's all of us. We do it together, but it does help to have certain epicenters of the storm that bring the energy, swirl it, and throw it back out. And that person is Jess Nairn.
I love that at the Neurodiversity and Disability Studies event, I got introduced at the end in true neurodivergent fashion. So thank you so much, Dr. Chad. That was amazing. I love that. Thank you so much to all of our students. That was a beautiful poetry reading. It was emceed impeccably. For our first timers, I would have never thought that was your first time reading ever, ever, ever. It was so awesome. I felt pretty much every feeling a human being could feel as I experienced all of your poetry. And that was absolutely a gift of your time and brilliance and creativity. So thank you so much. To all of our guests here today, both in person, online, folks that came in and out through the day, our vendors who are all part of our community as well. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Just like Dr. Chad said, let this be the beginning of many, many more conversations, not not a closing, but an opening of amazing things yet to come. Um, the best, easiest way, and actually, Thin, I need your help for a second. Do you mind putting just the like intro slides back on? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, yeah. The best way to stay in touch. So I'm going to send out a follow-up email with like all these great resources that people gave. But the other best way to stay in touch beyond this as well, my cards are over on the table. Grab one, just holler at me. But then also there are flyers. There'll be flyers up here to stay in touch through the newsletter because we keep announcing all this stuff we're doing here. And many of you might be on it already. But honestly, the flow of information is faster than any one person or any group of people at this point. Like we've got a strong, robust ecosystem here. So sometimes we're just trying to stay up with it. So yeah, join the newsletter and then you'll get those pieces of information in a bite-sized chunk where if something strikes your fancy, just holler at me and become a part of it, right? A lot of what I learned about symposiums like this, I learned from Josie Blagrave at Chico State, and she said, if someone wants to join the party, let them, right? And so we are all part of the party together. I also have this as a flyer on the table so you can grab it, bring it back to your organization. But I just want to make sure that, today really spoke to me. This was like, such a blessing to be part of it. If it spoke to you in a similar way, let's stay in touch so that we can keep all of this going. Again, thank you to the Faculty Center for Excellence for letting us just completely take over their space today, you guys. Somewhere deep in their archives, it says this is only a space for faculty. So they totally broke the rules for us today, and I love them for it. Thank you to all of our sponsors, and thank you to every single one of you. You gave up an entire day just to hang out with us. And that's really a gift. And I know you're going to bring back something special to your respective organizations. So I'll be around. We can just keep chatting. But at this point, I'm going to close it out and get everyone out of here before traffic. Hopefully there's not an accident on the road like there was when you were getting here. And thank you to Elizabeth, student assistant extraordinaire. Thanks, guys.